who is also already within the premise. Then we'll also have Joseph Owino from KEDIPA, Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association, who is already with us. Then we go on up to Dr. Anne Deritu, the register of political parties. Then we'll also have some bit of speakers from and participants. And we can't forget, we'll also have panelists. There's a discussion of the youth uprisings and the youth uprisings and the road ahead. That will be led by Sandra Kimberley from CMD. That's already in the room, and the panelists are already here. That's how our program from now going on will be. It's upon us. We can also adjust the program as it is. But all that we know is that we are here today, ladies and gentlemen, on a great day, an International Day for Human Rights. This is a day that is recognized worldwide. It's a very important day for fighters for democracy, people who appreciate democracy, and we know very well that this is where we are from. This is where we are in the political field, in the democratic field, and we can't forget the theme of the day, the theme of today's celebration, our rights, our future, right now. That is where we are here, and I cannot forget that the Center Multi-Party Democracy Kenya is also celebrating their 20th anniversary. This is the best way how to crown it. It's the best way how to do it. The best way how to celebrate the democracy and all that they have done in the space of a democratic development in the country and abroad. Sir DJ, go on. DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not behind program as such. Allow me to recognize the presence of CMD membership who are in the house. I've seen Honorable Koyo coming in. Welcome, Mheshimiwa. Without the membership of political parties, CMD could not be celebrating their 20th anniversary today. That is something that we appreciate very much. Allow me also to recognize Blue Motion Band, led by Nyawera. They are our entertainers today. I don't think they are doing they are well off. They are perfect. To me, I think you deserve it. You deserve some bit of praise by what you are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we had said earlier, today is International Day of Human Rights. And you will always think of how do we celebrate such a day? How do we celebrate International Human Rights Day? Some say we celebrate it through education, educate yourself. Others will tell you that we celebrate it through organizing such events. Others will tell you that we celebrate it through advocates for change. Others will say we celebrate it through spreading awareness. Others will also say that we celebrate such a wonderful day to support human rights organizations. You as a member of CMD, you as a participant in such a wonderful event, how do we intend to celebrate this wonderful day that we acknowledge the importance of human rights in our day-to-day life? So as we network, as we know one another, it's important so that we reflect, especially why we are here today. Today is a good day for both CMD as they celebrate their 20th anniversary in supporting democratic space in our democratic system, but we are also celebrating a very important day within our human rights. The Human Rights Bill, as we all are aware, did not come at ease. Our Constitution at Chapter 4 clearly outlines the human rights. The Bill of Rights is the largest, it's one of the longest chapters in our Constitution. Today we are here to celebrate it. As we celebrate it, we know how we came about it and how we struggled to have it. So I think we'll have to enjoy it today. I can see behind us there are also some organizations of goodies that come with it. It's not an event where sadness should really follow. Our faces should not be frowned with a lot of pain as if we are in a celebration mood. We are in a place where, in any case, it is an end year where we are now coming together to say Merry Christmas. And allow me to say Merry Christmas to you all. Maybe I'm the first person to wish you Merry Christmas this year, and Merry Christmas as we celebrate this day. We go on with as we roll out the event as it goes. DJ. Sorry for that, DJ. Because of time, allow me to intervene you briefly. We can now serve. I'm informed by our... Yes, I think, ready? Yes. I think we can go ahead and serve. It's a free service. We serve, then we have back our seats as we get entertainment from our band.
Bon appetit, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to the sound of the Blue Motion Band.
kaimangoni Handulami nya kaimangoni sogala Handulami nya kaimangoni Handulami nya kaimangoni sogala Suntolen donem lanche Suntolen donem lanche sogala Suntolen donem lanche Suntolen donem lanche sogala Suntogu, ay ay ay, Emlange Suntogu, Emlange Suntogu. I will meet you at the river. I will meet you at the river. Suntogu, Emlange Suntogu. I will meet you at the river. I will meet you at the river. Some told him, thought him, lunge, stand aside.
So that we can respect time, because we are behind schedule. Upon service, we can retain our seats. We can go back to our seats so that we can go on with the program. In the meantime, allow me to recognize the political parties who are already in the house. We already have ODA, we have ODM representative, Jubilee, Wiper Democratic Movement, ANC. KANU is already in the house, Baba na Mama, Democratic Party of Kenya, Kenya Union Party, OPIA, we already have PA, we have PNU, I've mentioned Jubilee, Economic Party, Oleo is here. Is properly represented. Liberal, Ishmael is somewhere, and more. In the meantime, also allow me to recognize the government agencies who are already here. I might have not recognized any of you. I've seen a representative from Office of the Political Party. I've seen a representative from IBC. I've also seen media. I can see the representation of media in the house and more others as we wait for our guests. Blue motion.
Sana sitaficha, nakukupenda ni makosa, sitaki kuwa sawa duniani. Ninakupenda sio siri, ngiwakia una kwa machozi yatoka kila siku. watakaosema na waseme, nikukupenda sita sita, ngia ona kwa macho, machozi yatoka kila siku, watakaosema na waseme, nikukupenda sita sita, wamesema penzi kukuba ili sione ni baba na mimi kuonyesha penzi kukuba ili sione. Tabasamu langu zitoko nyuma, daima nitakuwa wa furaha. Tafadhali nikuonjeshe ya utataka kubanduka, penzi langu nikikuonjesha, na sio wewe nanipenda, na kama wewe maishani ni wewe wangu. Kuonyesha penzi na kukupa ili usione ni bebe, na mimi kuonyesha penzi kukupa ili usione ni bebe, na mimi kuonyesha penzi na kukupa ili usione kuonyesha penzi na kukupa ili sione. Nakupenda sana sitaficha, na kukupenda ni makosa, sitaki kuwa sawa duniani. Ninakupenda sio siri, ni haki yao na kwa macho, machozi yatoka kila siku, watakaosema na waseme, nikukupenda sita sita, ni haki yao na kwa macho, machozi yatoka kila siku, watakaosema na waseme, nikukupenda sita sita, wamesema ni bebe, na mimi kuonyesha penzi kukupa ili sione, ni bebe, na mimi kuonyesha penzi na kukupa ili sione.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful piece by Blue Motion. In the next 2 minutes, our guests will be getting in. We'll request that as they come in, they get us seated so that we can be ready to kickstart the program. There are reserved seats for our guests. They will sit in front. The first 4 tables, kindly, those are reserved for our guests who are already around. They're just about to come in. On my far left is where there are washrooms for anybody who might really want to help her or himself. We have also CMD staff amongst us who are ready to help and assist with any inquiry that any of the participants will really want. We also have TIFA. TIFA will be taking us through a survey that they conducted on the political participation. It is a very interesting survey report that they have that they will take us through at the right time within the program. As we get entertained by the Blue Motion, as we were talking about why we are here, the theme of today's big function, it's a call. It's a call to acknowledge the relevance of human rights within us as a human being, the inherent rights. It's important for us to remember that. And what is more important, the better question that we'll be asking ourselves before we leave this hall is that what is your participation on the recognition of the human rights? What do you do so that we can restore and uphold the dignified human rights, the Bill of Rights that we have? In the meantime, we keep on to welcome you. Those visitors that we have not really acknowledged, maybe because we have not recognized you, kindly feel welcome. It's a free sitting, and everybody is welcome, and we will kickstart our program just in a few minutes. Blue Motion.
Turn your lights down low and then pull away the curtains. Oh, let your moon come shine again into our lives again. So it's been a long time. Got this message for you, girl, but it seems I was never on time. Still I wanna get through to you, girl, on time, I wanna give you some love. I wanna give you some good loving. I want to give you some good loving.
I am reliably informed that our guests are on the way down to their hall. Kindly, it would be better and appropriate if they find us seated. We will have to welcome our guests with a lot of music from the Blue Motion Band. We need to celebrate. This is a celebration of its own kind. It's an achievement that very few countries have. For those people who already and always follow the international news, to get such a space to celebrate human rights in other jurisdictions is not very easy. We have some seats which are reserved for our guests. You can see there, yes, they're there. The CMD team is on the ground. Kindly, if you have an issue, just raise with them so that you feel at home. Blue Motion.
Their song, we just keep doing what you're doing. Sawa, cheza ile witini huku cheza. It's okay. You'll just have to tell us like a few when they're close. You said they're coming down. They're on the 3rd floor. Chezeni tushangilie tu loop instrumental.
Okay. Yes, they are already here. Blue Motion. Let us all welcome our guests.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, limebadili mwendo. Tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Na ukipenda Kenya, ujitengane na mambo. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na daima. Wananchi wenzangu, hatutaiacha milele
gentlemen, it's now the time we were waiting for so that we start and kickstart our program. Our guests are already here. We'll go straight to the national anthem. Both first stanza, the Kenyan national anthem first stanza, and East African anthem first stanza.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu.
Remain standing for a short prayer. Let's pray. Let's bow for a word of prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come before you this evening. We ask you with our Father so that you can greet and bless this occasion. We are here today gathering our Kenyans to celebrate such a wonderful day in our lives in the democratic space. Father, we know that because you are able to be here, you'll be able to guide us through. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. To the chairperson, CMD, Honorable Karitu Murungi, Dr. Ann Nderito, Register of Political Parties, Honorable Hassan Omar Hassan, Secretary General UDA, and the ELA member, former and first Senator of Mombasa, Honorable Trisa Lachi, retired Church Minister Reverend Timothy Njoya, and all the distinguished guests, allow me to welcome you this wonderful occasion. My name is Bon Makolwal. I work with the ELJA, Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa. And without much ado, let me, because of time, welcome the Executive Director, CMD-Kenya, Franklin Mkwanja, who will give his welcoming remarks, and thereafter we proceed with the program. Welcome, Frank.
Thank you, Body, the chairman of the CMD board, our partners present from the Netherlands Embassy, from the British High Commission, the chair emeritus of the CMD, Honorable Magara, steering committee members of CMD, honorable members of parliament present with us here, Honorable Hassan, the SG for UDA, Honorable Jen Kihara, the MP for Naivasha, and the others who are joining us, the registrar of political parties, who's also joined us, Honorable Lachi, as well from Matagoreti North, who's actually here representing the area member of parliament and will be speaking to us shortly. Ladies and gentlemen from political parties, civic actors who partner with us, young people that have joined us on this day, good afternoon. Good afternoon. And how Kenyans need to converse on this issue going forward. We have commissioned a small survey with the TIFA that will also share with us what Kenyans think, what about their experiences, their perspectives, their perceptions about human rights, as about political participation as a fundamental human right, so that then we can have an informed conversation. As a center, again, our advocacy work is based on evidence, so we do not want to engage in issues that we do not have a feel of what Kenyans think about. And I want to really express happiness for the various stakeholders that have found time to join us to have this conversation. We have a program ahead of us that will have part of the study presented, and we will be calling upon you to further interact with this in detail. We have various speakers lined up to talk to us, including our very senior citizen, the Reverend Timothy Njoya, for finding time to come and engage with us, which is very encouraging, and the young people are looking forward to hearing from you, and also you listening to them and appreciating their perspective. We have a youth panel that will be discussing a number of issues. We have various speakers from the sector that will be addressing the issues of practical reforms for accountability and inclusion in our political processes. So I really want to thank you so much for making time in such a festive mode already to be available for such robust conversation. I also want to extend very forthright and determined to make these convenings so that then stakeholders can be able to engage. Allow me, out of duties calling elsewhere, to quickly, before I invite Tifa to share with us, Honorable Beatrice Elachi had requested that she would quickly make her remarks on her behalf as a woman leader, but also as a member of parliament for Dagoretti North and representing her colleague, so that we can allow her to go to other duties, and then we'll come back to the program where we'll hear from the research, and then we can proceed. Can we put our hands together for Honorable Elachi? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. To Your Excellency, you're still my governor. To our Right Honorable Kiraito Burungi, who made me who I am today, gave me the opportunity to serve as a senator. To our elder Right Reverends, let me ride on the protocols that have been put in place. Good afternoon. Allow me to stand in for Tim Wanyonyi, who is the Member of Parliament of Westlands, where you are today. But the expressway divides the two constituencies. And to say that indeed today, as we celebrate 16 days of activism, as a woman in this country who has grown from a programs officer to where I am today, I think the first thing I should be thanking is God. And indeed, to just say, as we celebrate this year, 16 days of activism, for us as women in this country, and I know I've told this to the president many times, it is the most sad part of the year to women in Kenya, that we've gone through femicide, we've gone through many challenges, and sometimes, and I'll repeat what I said once at K24, that I've come to look at my president and wonder, is it because he's a Kalenjin man that culture has embedded in him that he finds it so difficult to really appreciate what women are? And I'm sorry to say this, but I have said it and I'm repeating. Because when I look at the gender ministry, I have no gender minister. CS. Everyone was appointed, we were left out. Then I look. And I've forgiven him, because I've said it many times. But forgiving him does not mean we should continue. But I am happy that he said he's going to support us. But what I want to advocate today is that indeed we need to stand with the judiciary. At least he needs to give the judiciary 1 billion shillings. This money must build courts for all gender courts that we are looking for in this country. So that when these cases come to be, you are able to finish this case the same way you will finish a case of the presidential results and many other cases. Because that is one thing. You walk into a court, the perpetrator is given a bond, you're out there, you meet the same person you've been fighting for. I mean, it becomes so sad for the family. In fact, the victim becomes more vulnerable than the perpetrator. And so that is one thing I will tell His Excellency today. The other thing I want to speak about is even as we move, we must clear this thing of 2/3 gender rule. It cannot be that right now in Parliament now, I saw us bringing NCGTF, what it has to be part, and I am telling my speaker, this has to be part of the processes we are starting with the NCGTF, with the Senate Oversight Bill, and all those things. Because all those bills will be passed by 2/3 in Parliament. Why can't we just include and finalize the issue of 2/3? So even as we go to 2025, we are saying it will be very unfortunate as women of this country to continue knocking doors and always begging, always talking about one thing for the last 60, 65 years. Even I know as members in one desk in a government ministry, you are the one who is passing a paper that is supposed to bring that tender. You are the one who is... So even as we talk of corruption, I think it is in all of us. I think it is something also, and that is what has brought in all the challenges we are even facing. Because if the police were not embedded also in this manner that we are seeing, yani a family, for me in Dagoretti North, I lost 4 girls. University students. The last one, we picked the girl in Nakuru. 2 months ago, we buried this girl, Sylvia. And it was very sad. There's Vivian. All of them have gone down. One of MK University. You wonder. But lastly, we also need to talk of our values. That chain is lost. That chain is gone. Where some of us went to school, and Daisy was talking about it, and we were able to find that at home what the parents are telling you is the same thing you find in school, is the same thing you find at the top. That chain has gone. That value, we need to really look for it, so that we just come back and become who we were when we started our lives. It was better. Today, I know with digital technology, we have many challenges, yes, but in the end, we are Africans. In the end, we know our values, we know our culture, and we know how to stand and to fight for every child. Because today in Nairobi, children have closed. You go to Lavington, you go everywhere. That child, that environment he or she is being nurtured in is a very sad environment. And it is something we have to talk to ourselves, to us parents, and to many others. With those few remarks, I want to thank CMD. I want to really thank Frank for always bringing us every year. We talk about issues, we deal with them, but more importantly, we are one, we are a country. In the end, we have nowhere to run but to remain in Kenya, so we must deal with it. May God bless you. And I wish you well. It's not my nature of getting out of a meeting, but I also came here at 2:30, as I was told. So I have to run for this meeting to prepare a meeting of 2,000 women for tomorrow. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Beatrice Alachi, the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti North, former Speaker of Nairobi County, and our former staunch member of PPLC and CMD as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, because of time, also to invite the current Secretary General UDA, member of ELA, Honorable Hassan, to also make his brief remarks, because I'm told he's also catching a flight. Welcome, Wakili.
Thank you very much, Bwana MC, Like Beatrice before me, first and foremost is to convey my apologies. When my senior, Senator Kiraitu Murungi, asked me to be here, I did get an indication that it was at 2 p.m. So I have a flight at 18:25 to Mombasa because I have an event in Mombasa at about 7:30. So please bear with me. I would have really loved to be in these discussions. This is actually my forte of work. Number two is to acknowledge the presence of the chairperson. We congratulate you deeply. Our party believes that the CMD, with your seniority, will be steered towards its desired objectives and profile. And that's why you can see robust senior members of the society, including political parties, are here, and our very able RPP, Register of Political Parties. I can see some of our great mentors, the Reverend Timothy Njoya, who has continued to inspire many, two former permanent secretaries and head of public service, Ambassador Mudavra and Honorable Kimemia, and my very able sister, who was in her own right one of the greatest cornerstone of my development in the human rights space, Wamboi Kimathi, who continues to look younger every day. Number two, I was requested to talk about what practical reforms for accountability political parties could have in terms of inclusion, accountability and inclusion. So I will leave my presentation here in terms of maybe sharing around, because I think if I speak to all these matters in here, it will take almost like a keynote address and sap a lot of your time. One, as you appropriately said, Frank, who's a colleague of many years, that today is International Human Rights Day. And it is very telling that this particular event will be on a day like today when the world honors the many struggles of the human rights defenders towards ensuring greater accountability and democracy in our respective territories. Wamboi used to be our commissioner in charge of economic and social rights. You know, I never dropped that ball. When I went into the political space, I actually made Article 43 my forte of work. I tried to have a bill when I was in the Senate, if Senator Kiraitu will remember, the enforcement of Article 43 in terms of, as respects to Article 21(2), where states shall ensure that there are measures, practical measures for the enforcement of Article 43. And when I went to the UDA party, when we were planning the plan, a lot of people don't see the thread that cuts across. It's actually the enforcement of Article 43. The UDA government is committed to change and fundamentally readjust the architecture of our economics, the architecture of our politics, so that Article 43 is realized in the long term. Number one, we said that state will take reasonable measures, be it legislative or policy, to ensure the realization of the 5 rights, or the rights under Article 43. The right to health care. That's why there was a fundamental readjustment of the UHC. You know, for 62 years, or 61 years, we mark independence, 12 to 61 years since our independence in the next 2 days. We've been telling the people at the lowest prism of our lives that wait for us at the top prism to get better, so that the rest of you can be able to be lifted up from the misery of lack of health care, lack of housing, lack of water and sanitation, lack of education, lack of all the basic rights as contained in Article 43. What the Kenya Kwanza government has done is to say that even as we wait and improve the economy so that a lot of us can now move from our position of being well off to better off, or better off to well off, We need to create a regime of inclusion so that those hitherto not covered under the healthcare program are given adequate access to affordable and quality healthcare. For 61 years, only a few of us in the political class and the classes of privilege have been able to access healthcare. There has been a deliberate attempt in terms of exclusion, in terms of fundamental reforms to some of the structures of governance, including the regimes of law that govern our healthcare system, to ensure that there is greater inclusion of those Kenyans at the lowest prison. Yes, there have been structural challenges in terms of taking off this program, but I am one of those who's totally convinced, because I was in the planning phase of the plan, to tell those who are planning that it is incumbent that Kenyans can walk into a hospital and receive quality health care, and that some of us must be able to go the extra mile to ensure that every Kenyan has access to health care. The affordable housing space is a dignity issue under Article 43. There are those who look at it as a housing issue, and there are those also who look at it as a job creation issue. But the most important thing, there has been a significant housing deficit in Kenya. 2 million housing deficit annually. That's why real estate in Kenya is extremely expensive, because only a few of us, about 24,000 Kenyans, have access to mortgages or are paying mortgages, and the significant number of us do not own homes, are in rental houses. Through the adjustment of the housing program, there has been a deliberate legislative intervention to ensure that the majority of us who hitherto cannot own property are given access to affordable property and a rent-to-own program over a period of years through affordable mortgaging and affordable housing program, so affordable financing. Therefore, I don't want to touch on the specifics of this 4 or 5 page paper. You know, when you're in public bureaucracies, you'll always get very long speeches to read. I've found them very cumbersome. Boy, we get very good papers. But then I think I like to speak to the spirit of what informs part of these legislative and other form of interventions that we have made. Truth be told, if in societies that are as unequal as the one we have in Kenya, societies that are disenfranchised as the one that we have in Kenya, Reverend Joya, if the state does not intervene, the people at the lowest prison have no chance. You might call it socialist, you might call it communist, but these days there's a practical movement towards social democracy or democratic socialism. That even as we wait to improve the economic lot of the many, of a few, we must also intervene simultaneously to improve the dignity issues of the majority. You want to tell us that we have waited for you for 61 years to get rich so that the rest of us can feel your wealth. 61 years later, a lot of Kenyans have no access to housing, to healthcare, to water, to sanitation, to education, to nothing. And you want us to continue perpetuating a system that has failed to work over 61 years and not want to transition and try a system that we are proposing, how every Kenyan can be brought into the housing bracket through inclusive development. Every Kenyan can be brought into the healthcare bracket through access to affordable and quality healthcare, where every Kenyan will be given an equal opportunity to pursue education to the highest level. The new funding model. When I was in the university, Professor Kindiki was my classmate at Moi University. Professor Kindiki and I applied for the same higher education loans board. I don't know what information he shared and what information I shared, but we do not get the same kind of loan. I remember very well, and we were talking about it. I used to get 28,000, Professor used to get 40. That was the maximum then, 42. Very, very well. I don't know what information he shared. We were asked about the economic situation of our homes. I said my father had a casual job. Probably somebody wrote something else. But fast forward, we make an assumption that every Kenyan in public universities is poor, which is not true. If you are rich, pay for your kids' education. If you are poor, let the government pay for it. There must be asymmetry in life. Today, Moi University, which is the university I went to, and Professor, is faced by closure, largely partly because of corruption issues and largely because of also of funding issues. So everybody wants the state to pay for everything, whereas there are those who are more deserving who need to be given an opportunity to pursue their education. Na wewe Mwenyezi Mungu aliyekubariki, pay for your education so that we're able to lift the standards of everybody. I used to get 28,000. There were students who got 42,000. I think, Anne, you remember that. That's why you are nodding your head. It is not the first time that we've had a differentiated model of funding university education. So that it gives those at the lowest prism of our lives an equal chance as those at the highest prism. The state cannot afford to pay for everybody on everything. So those who have little, they get more. Those who have more probably get little or nothing. These are the kind of injustices we are trying to adjust, the imbalances in society. Those who have more pay more for healthcare. Those who have less pay nothing, so that everybody can get the same access to same quality healthcare. So therefore, I've given a presentation. I thought I needed to talk about the ideological grounding. We call it the philosophical stance of our agenda. Trust me, the people who used to be in various boardrooms in civil society are the same people who planned the plan. It is well known, and they captured in it fundamental spirits of social justice and equality, giving a fighting chance to those at the lowest prism. And therefore, one of these fine days, if I had more time, I would speak to some of the agenda and the progress made. But today I was asked to more specifically talk about inclusion and what these reforms can do. So I've just talked about very few aspects of inclusion so that we can be able to understand how the value systems in political parties can impact on the planning and eventually the programs of a government. Fred, we spent half of our time thinking, what are we? When we were young students, I remember you, like I remember Kina Muteti and others, and the guy who presented the motion. We used to regard ourselves as Marxists. We wanted power at the lowest prism of society to return the means of production to the workers. But as we mutated into politics, we realized that to achieve some of the dreams of an equal society, you must participate meaningfully in political processes. And therefore, those of you who are activists in your spaces, look for ways to engage in the political processes. You might be called all manners of names. Simi nimerushiwa mawe. Simara nikiambiwa sijui hivi. People used to say that if you're not with Baba, you're not a reformist. Sasa Baba is with us. But we are still, you reform in your own unique way. Politics is not a bed of roses. So therefore, we are here. Those of you in various strategic positions of your political parties who believe in some of the broad notions of democracy and social democracy, please impact on how your party plans to reform institutions to ensure more inclusivity, to reform our laws to ensure more inclusivity. And I'm sure as these programs tend to take root, what is most fundamental is to ensure that we provide dignity to the people of Kenya. That's why I might not have been in your program, Wamboi, but I felt your program was actually Africa's new frontier of challenge. We have achieved, to a certain extent, a measure of political development or political rights. We now need to steadily move to economic and social rights, and we need to move to a united Africa and have the right partnership with the Asia Pacific. I do not believe the West will lead us to where we want. They want us first to get married, men to men, women to women, because they have attained a certain luxury. We still don't have the luxury to start thinking about some of those rights. Our luxury is to ensure we add meaning to the lives of our people. So before, at that point, Fred, I want to say thank you. I want to really apologize that I have to run because I have an event in Mombasa. I had hoped to be here to start at 2 and end at some point. I hate the biashara of wanasiasa. Unakuja, unaongea, unaenda zako. One of the greatest successes of Mwai Kibaki, Ambassador Mudhaura, Mwai Kibaki will come to any forum and sit and listen. And he told me one day, many of you young people have the strength to speak, but few have the strength to listen. So we must also have the strength to listen as politicians so that we learn from others. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Senator. Apart from you being a politician, I know that the area of human rights and of fundamental freedoms is your thing, and I couldn't stop you, but I've heard you on how inclusivity is really in your heart on this time. Ladies and gentlemen, with the permission of the Executive Director, CMD, allow me in a special way to recognize the presence of Governor Kimemia, who is already with us here, Ambassador Mudhaura, who's also together with us here, and in a special way also to recognize Madam Jerusha from FCDO, who is also with us here. Before I invite Tifa, Michael Mwarange, the research director of Tifa, to take us through a research that they did together with the CMD. Ladies and gentlemen, that research encompasses on the political participation in Kenya as a fundamental right, safety in political participation, insecurity or political participation, inclusivity, and the right part of that presentation is about participation in political education. And I will tell you that Madam Anderito, who is here, will tell you what it really means by political education when it comes to what it means within the political spheres. Karibu, Michael.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, as you have been told, my name is Michael Mwarange. I'm the research director at TIFA Research. TIFA was commissioned by Center for Multi-Party Democracy to conduct a survey on the political participation in Kenya. It is a very brief presentation, but very insightful. I'll go direct to the objectives. So we had 5 objectives, and one was to assess the public perception on political participation as a fundamental right, then evaluating safety in political and electoral process. The other one was analyzing inclusivity efforts by political parties and per se by the government. And the 4th is measurement engagement in political education programs. And the last one is the proposed political reforms so that to improve participation. So the research was conducted between 30th, that's the methodology overview, 30th and 3rd of December this year. And we covered the entire 8 region in Kenya, but the 8 region was split to the county. But because the sample size is 1,000, we cannot able to disaggregate by county because of the sample size effect. The research was conducted through telephonic interviews, whereby we have a national representative database we normally collect when we are doing a face-to-face interview at household level through our national languages, that's Kiswahili and also English. Sample size is 1,500 and the margin of error. So the first section is the political participation as a fundamental right. And as you can see from the results, it shows, based on the question you asked the Kenyan, you asked them, do you consider political participation as a fundamental human right? And we can see over 80% of Kenyans, they consider political participation as their fundamental right. So the high awareness you can see is a positive indication that citizens value their role in shaping their nation through this political participation. Therefore, there's an opportunity in this case from the political parties and also the government and those stakeholders, the NGO, to leverage this awareness so that we can be able to promote more active civic engagement. So we disaggregated the data by region, and you can see across the region, there's high proportion, and also across the gender, which is the male and female, there's no much significant difference. I hope the percentages are visible from the screen. Even the age group, we divide the age into 2, the youth, 18 to 34, and also the adults who are 35 years and above. Then in the same question, we ask if they consider political participation. For those people said yes. What are the reasons considering this political participation as their fundamental rights? And it came very strong. They believe in their constitutional right, which is in our constitution, which is 38% of those believe. The other one is part of right to choose a leader for development. So when they participate in this political, they know when they participate they are going to get the right leader who is able to give them, in terms of the development they foresee. And also allow one have political freedom of expression. So during the political participation, they feel that's the time they can be able to express themselves as part of their rights. Then we asked those who said they don't feel or they don't consider. And you can see, though it's a very small sample size of only 9% of the total sample size we managed to target, they feel it have a negative impact on their livelihood and the business. So maybe they feel when you go to those political rallies, the political participation, there may be some chaos, might have some negative impact in their livelihood and also in their business. Then to politicians, they know they don't keep their promises. So they don't feel they need to do it because irrespective of what to be participated, be discussed, it not may be kept as a promise which comes second. Let's go to safety in political electoral participation, which is also part of the objective. And here we managed to get over 50%, which is 15% of the participants of our response is saying in the question you asked, do you feel safe when participating in Kenya political and electoral process? It's about 50%. But let's look at the so say no. If we combine that 5%, those say no, what are the reasons they say they feel? Because we expect everyone to feel safe when participating in Kenya political and electoral process. So what are some of the reasons? I'm going to explain this when you come to the next slide. But you look across the demographics, you see gender, there's no significant difference. So among the male and the female, there's no difference. But in the region, Northeastern is high, and I think maybe there are less chaos in Northeastern. But you look at the Nairobi, which is our capital city, where most of the political activities start from, you see very few, only that 5% feel is safe to participate in this political and electoral process. A very big proportion of 56%. It shows they don't feel safe to participate in this political process. If you look at some of the reasons we asked the Kenyans, why do you say so? And the people said yes, they feel safe to participate in this political process. They say it's their constitutional right. Yes, it's their constitutional right to participate. That's a very strong with 41% among the people said they feel safe. Followed by there's enough security. So they feel when they go to those political processes, there's enough security, so they feel safe to be part of it. And a small proportion say when the political temperatures come. So when there's a calm in the political temperature, especially during the election, they feel safe to be part of the parcel of the process. But that 5% who say they don't feel safe, what are some of the things they feel they cannot able to feel safe to participate in this political process? Death during political activities. We are aware of that. So one of the, during the political activities, the chaos, we can have deaths, we can have injuries, destruction of property. Then they said sometimes you go to those activities and in case you hear your views, you don't know whether you'll be abducted or harassed by any maybe agency, the security agency. Then poor security. So you find most of these political activities, the security is not well coordinated. So they feel they may be exposed to their safety. Then about suppression of the freedom of expression coming forth. So they feel maybe whatever I'm going to contribute might not work well and my freedom of expression will be not taken care of well. So these are some of the reasons say they don't feel safe. Then the fourth one is the promoting inclusive participation by political parties at the government. And I'm happy to have political parties here who are with us. So what is the inclusivity? So we asked our responded, are political parties at the government doing enough to promote inclusive participation? And it's an overwhelming result whereby I can say 63% they say no. So we are not involving our citizens as political parties, and also the government, the stakeholders who are given this mandate to promote this participation across all our demographics. And these findings, I can see there's a clear gap. I'll show you in terms of the gender. And what we are saying is that the political parties and the government need to reassess their strategies, and especially become more to inclusive or demographics. Our young people, the youth, are they included in the participation in the political parties? We saw the other day our youth came out because they've been left behind for long, the Gen Z. So that's a wake-up call to the political parties and also to the government, also to the organizations like Center for Multi-Parties and any other stakeholders which are involved in this part. So that at least some of our youth, especially the youth and also the women, our member of parliament for the Dagoretti has talked about the two-third gender rule, which is not taken 14 years now since we got our constitution, is still an issue. So these are some of the things we will talk about. So we asked our responded, what are some of the reasons they think they feel there's no inclusive which have been promoted. So the first one came, no civil education, no public participation. So where there's public participation, who goes to those public participation? If 32% of the 63 said there are no public participation. Self-interest, greed, don't consider public opinion. They go, but do their opinion matters? Us people who organize the public participation, they just wait for the granted, but they know what they're up to. So some of the things our respondents are talking about to our Kenyans, then empty promises and lies. So whatever discussed there end up being a lie. So it will be implemented for the sake of your life. Then in some of the issues they're saying is that about the bribery and corruption. So people are bribed to participate, but whatever discussed there is not taken care of because that's also not the agenda. So a small proportion of 27% who said yes, they said about increased public sensitization and public participation coming strong at 45%. There's improvement of the years. So within the year, they see there's a lot of inclusivity in these matters. Then security in the country also allows that. And finally, I can talk about 6% freedom of expression. The last one is participation in political education. This was very insightful. And we can see almost 3/4 of Kenyans, they feel they have not taken part in any political education program of activities. This is overwhelming, and is for the political parties and also the government and other stakeholders. There's something needs to be done so that we can able to involve our people to be part and parcel to make their own decision when it comes to political education programs. And more so, I can talk about the young people who have been left behind in these matters. So the youth and also the women who are outside there, so we've also been involved a lot taking part in the political education. So the low participation in political education program indicate a need for target campaign to expand access, particularly focusing on gender inclusivity, our youth, so that we can able to enhance accessibility of political education. So across demographics, you can see is very low. Among the women, there's a very big difference of 10% between male and female. Between adults and youth, not much difference, and across the demographic, the region. The final is political reform to improve political participation. To ask a question about what political reforms do you think are needed to improve and protect political participation as a base of human rights in Kenya? This was an open-ended question, so we do it to the respondent. And one came very strong, whereby 1/4 of our respondents said it's more about the voter education. So the voter education is lacking for us to have the reforms as far as the political participation is concerned. Do our political parties have an agenda to take through the voter education to our people, and especially to the youth and also the women and people with disability? Yes, youth involvement. I've talked about the youth have been left behind so much in the political arena, and also talk about the technology. And this more passes on the IBC, because they need to trust the process. If they are taken through the voter education, they register for the as a voter, and they go to vote with their vote taken care of. So some of the things they are talking about, the reforms they look forward for the political participation. Finally is the demographics profile of our respondent. As I said, we cut across all the 8 regions. Urban rural desegregation and all the gender, and also we normally do the education level, which is a random sample selection to reflect the national profile of the education and also the age group. That's the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much, Michael. To the point. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we will have a panel of youth uprisings and the roadmap ahead. In the meantime, I know I have a co-MC. May you just come forward wherever you are as we set up for the panel for the discussion with the youth. Through the chair, also allow me to recognize the Senator for Busia, Honorable Okiya Mtata. Welcome so much, and they say feel at home. And any other political leader that have passed our eye, feel so much welcome. Entertainment, Blue Motion Band, as the youth said, just a little bit so that we feel that we are in festive season. If you are maybe have ambushed you. Okay, she's here. Okay. Oh, my co-apes here. Karibu sana.
Hi, how are you? Hi, everyone. Hey, hello, everyone. If you can hear me at the back end, just raise your hand like this. God is good, and all the time. Why are you like this? What is happening? Look at your neighbor and ask him what is happening. Hi, Mom. How are you? You look so amazing. Look at the way you people have beautiful smiles. Bwana asifiwe. Tuko salama kabisa. My amazing name is MC Himazali. I'll be co-MCing with my MC here. As we set up for the youth, I just want us to catch a breath. So wherever you are, kindly stand up for only just 2 minutes so that we can prepare for the next session. I understand tumeka sana. Sinde ma'am? High five. Yeah, just tusimame tu and take a breath from where you are. Take your seat inside and you can come out. From the far end, can you see me? Can you see me over there? Then let us talk, let us communicate. Sindio, can you see me over there? This side, can you see me? Thank you. So where you are, if you're not holding anything with your 2 hands, allow me to just guide you. Just do 1, 2, 3, 4. You will need space because we're about to do something. You will need space. Yes, thank you to those who are taking space so that you don't hit your neighbor. All right, I'll be guiding you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. God bless you, Mom. You say she already knows. So we are going to do something just to ease up the mood. Are you ready? Are you ready? DJ, let's go. This side you've missed. Katikati, you're good. The other side, you're good. This side, we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just that. Are we ready? Are we ready? DJ. You may have your seat. That was nice. You're good now? All right, allow me to introduce Miss Kimberly to come and guide us to the next session for the youth. A hand of applause for Miss Kimberly.
Thank you very, very much. Habari? Or as young people, we say, hi. Hi, guys. We say, hi, guys. So when I say, hi, guys, you say, hi. Okay. Hi, guys. Good, very nice. Sasa hiyo sauti unanyonga kidogo. Sawa, sawa. Hi, guys. Ah, nice, nice, nice. So my name is Kimberly Sandra. I work at Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Kenya. I also curate the high school village at the People's Dialogue Festival. So if you've attended the People's Dialogue Festival and seen high schoolers running around, I'm behind that. And I also attended the People's Dialogue Festival as a high school student. I was 16 at the time. And now I am here. Makofi kwangu. Yes, so we're going to have a very, very interactive panel today, and it's something that is at the heart, at my heart, deeply, because I'm going to tell a story, okay? And me, growing up, I was told, nikikwambia kitu nasema, sawa. So when I tell you guys this story, ni pause kidogo mnasema, I continue. Is that okay? So, let us just take a trip down memory lane. Good. There was a time in June. Everyone was going about their business. But one fateful day, we saw young people with a lot of banners on the streets. And they were shouting and yelling. And they wanted to be heard. But to our surprise, back in 2022, these same young people did not turn out to vote. Sindio? And they came up in June. Come when? 2020? 2020? And at this time, it is 2 years. 2 years later, okay? So while they were on the streets, they were like, enough is enough. Enough is it? And they said, if the system won't hear us, we will make it impossible for them to ignore us. Munipige makofi. So now, since we have said that if the system won't hear us, we'll make it impossible for them to ignore us. Today, we want to get into a discussion dubbed From Streets to Seats. Let me explain. From streets to this 2024 June protest, it was just it was Kenya's history unfolding, because Mau Mau, they still fought on this. In fact, them, they didn't have streets, they were in the forest. Then come first liberation, second liberation, multi-party democracy, people were on the streets. But those youths who are on the streets are now on the seats. Cindy, guys, say hi. Good. They are now on the seats. So we want to understand, how can this uprising, how can we have a intergenerational discussion where we learn from the older generation that fought for their rights as well? How can we learn from them? How can we get systemic changes? And today I have a very able panel that comprises of young people. The first one who I'd like to come on stage is Madam Shakira Wafula. DJ, unaweza tupeleka kitu? Thank you, Shakira. Shakira is a familiar face. And the next one is Mr. Jeremy Atambo. Then we have Esther Mulandi and Meshach Kiprotich. So hawa ndio wata represent youth leo. So even as we are about to get into this discussion, it's a very open discussion where we are going to learn from each other. We learn from the older generation that is here. We also share what us we feel as young people, we are not getting a share of the cake in regards to political participation. So asanteni sana, and I would just like to start by having the panelists introduce themselves.
Saseni, how are you? Mnaendelea vizuri? Okay, my name is Mesha Kiprotich. I come from Kericho County. I'm the national youth leader for Kenya African National Union Party, KANU. I'm interested on matters politics, and we're here to talk about youth political participation. So yours truly will be talking about youth political participation and the challenges they're facing. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Good morning. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Tambo. I work for UN Habitat at the SDG localization team, but today I am here to talk to you matters diplomacy, matters advocacy, and to give you a better understanding why the youth did not turn up and why they turned up this June. Was it June? Yes. So actually my MP has just left, Miss Beatrice Olachi, Mrs. But I had wanted her to hear this, but I'm here to inform you further.
Good evening, everyone. I like when I'm speaking to people, I get a response back. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Shakira Wafula. I'm an active citizen, first and foremost. And today I'm here in the capacity of the Vice Chair of KIKAO, which is a community-based organization that handles civic engagement and voter education.
All protocol observed, I greet you. Hi. So my name is Esther Mulandi. I'm a student and also a young business owner. And today I'm here to give insights on youth perspective on governance and also the role of political institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So all of us here want to understand what was it? Why June 2024? Apart from because we know finance bill was like the cherry on top. What were the youths frustrated about to the point where we had to take it to the streets?
Okay. The topic we are talking about today is very critical, and we, in the understanding of exactly what was happening on the 25th of June, through studying what has been taking place in the political sphere of our nation, the young people felt they were not heard on matters regarding the finance bill and even some other issues. And you could hear them say, we have a captured parliament, a parliament which MPs don't represent the people the way they should actually, but they are being controlled from some other quarters. And the young people felt it is time to say hi to these MPs. And they did exactly that. And what were the fruits of the same? We had the entire cabinet disbanded. The same MPs who were clapping and telling the people, you know, this finance bill must pass. They were in state house clapping after the president cancelled the finance bill. So what does that inform us about? Think about it.
Okay, my opinion slightly differs from him. I don't think the young people went to the streets because of the punitive finance bill. I think rather this has been long time coming, and that there's been a disconnect between the civil people and the government. In that being so, Kimberly gave an important statistic that over 60% of the Kenyans are youth. 60% fall under that 35 age bracket. And of these 60%, a good number of those 60%, about 70%, did not turn up to vote. Why were they apathetic to vote? Maybe that's a question I can tackle later on.
I think I agree more with Jeremy. For me personally, my face went viral around the Gen Z protest. And the reason why I was so frustrated and angry around that time was not just exclusively for the finance bill, but I feel like it was a culmination of a lot of things that have been happening, that the finance bill and the process that went around it gave us an avenue for us to express our frustration towards the political class and towards leaders who are elected to represent us and up to now are failing miserably at doing their job.
So from my own perspective, I'd say that this came from a point of ignorance, you know. We felt like our leaders didn't heed to what we wanted or what we said. They also they gave inaccurate and not objective information. And so because we are an informed generation which is aware of what everything rolls politically, we had to take it into our own hands, like at least to make people understand or comprehend. It doesn't just come from the finance bill. It comes from a point of, we know how this thing should be, but then you're taking it for granted. So that's what I'd say pushed us to the streets, just to like make them know, yeah, this is where we stand. We are aware of what you're doing. Yes.
So what I'm getting from this conversation from our panel is that you felt, as young people, there was a point where we felt we were disconnected from matters governance. We were taken for granted, where our voices only mattered to a certain point, but then now when it came to now holding, asking for accountability, that was when things were going left. Okay. So I'd like to hear from you, Esther. Youths have shown their perspectives on governance, and they don't want to follow in the traditional political systems. They feel like the traditional political system is the reason why we are here, and we are not being given avenues. So as much as they are showing frustration with the traditional political system, what changes do they actually want to see? Because you know, there's one thing about saying you don't like this. So what do they want? What do young people want to see aside from the traditional political system?
So the young people first, we want to see reformed structures, you know. We also want to see thoughtfulness and in answering whatever grievances we have to air. We also want freedom, equality. We also want access to, like, you know, social amenities. We want, like, these political institutions to push for an aquarium whereby we are comprehended, we are understood, and whatever instigations we have in place are taken into account for. That's what I'll like say in summary is a chunk of what the young people want in regards to whatever question you posed.
So if we're moving from this traditional politics, how best will you be able to have our voices heard outside the traditional politics? What do you feel is the role of the current political institutions to adopt now what the new generation wants to see? Like, what role do these political institutions play in regards to accommodating the new ideas that young people have in matters democracy?
I feel like they should involve the young people in creation of policies. They should also be accountable and transparent in whatever errand is at cost. They should also encourage youth representation in such forums just to help in airing out. And they should also understand if a youth stands to speak, they're not just speaking from a perspective of being a young person. We're speaking in an inclusive nature of all Kenyans. We want access to social amenities. We want everything to run accordingly. And we're saying it as much as we're young people, we also want to be comprehended and not be disregarded because of age, because we're all Kenyans at the end of the day, and a better Kenya is what we are pushing for. So that's what I'll say in chunk of that.
Okay, Shakira, Esther has mentioned about young people are not speaking only for young people. We're speaking for the broader demographic. But you have witnessed in the youth movement, it has only been youths. It has only been majorly youths. So how can youths now collaborate moving forward with other marginalized groups, with leaving no one behind? Because we are fronting youth movements and there are other marginalized groups, and she has already spoken saying that when a young person speaks, he or she speaks for the broader demographic in Kenya.
I think when it comes to statistics, representation is based off like the population. So in the Kenyan population, over 60% are young people. So I feel it is important in any forum of engagement, in any situation, we should at least have 60% of the people involved being young people, right? Mm-hmm. So, and starting from there, being a young person is about age. So within the population of youth, it is inclusive of all other people who are deemed marginalized. An example, women. Right now we are facing, in the 16 days of activism against GBV, we are facing a lot of cases of femicide and sexual harassment and violence towards women. Today we had the march against femicide. It is good that majority of the people who showed up were women and young women at that. But amongst them were men as well, young men. Amongst them were people from persons with disabilities. They were also present during the march. So I feel like if there is a collaboration and alliances formed within these various groups, we'll be able to amplify our issues at a broader perspective and get our voices heard. But again, majority of us are young people, so in all forums, it should be young people. So an example here, I appreciate that we have been invited, and I feel like I can see a lot of young people, but majority of the people present here are not young people. How can we have conversations involving young people, decisions being made about young people, and the young people are not involved? So having us included in such spaces, and it just today earlier on, I was in a space and somebody came up with the argument that young people do not show up for these things. First of all, when it comes to leadership and when it comes to representation, it is the responsibility, my opinion is that it is the responsibility of the leader to come towards the people they are supposed to represent. So if spaces like this are created and young people do not show up, how about find ways to engage young people in their spaces? We saw during the June protests around the Gen Z protests, the president himself held a Twitter space. So we cannot say that these are not things that are not possible. These are measures that cannot be undertaken. The political class has proven if push comes to shove, they can do whatever it takes to have the young people involved. So how about involve the young people in the processes from the word go, instead of waiting for people to agonize and antagonize so that you can have our voices heard?
Okay, Shakira, as you just spoke about that, I thought, what happens now? Youths come out and protest and say, this is what we are going through, this is what we want, these are the reforms we want. But then how can young people ensure that the government remains accountable? Because it's one thing protesting over your grievances, and it's another thing of the continuous engagement in ensuring that the government remains accountable. How can young people work towards that?
First, I'd like to highlight that a lot of us young people feel the only way that our voices are being heard is through protesting and creating some sort of chaos. And that's unfortunate because that is what the current class of leadership has pushed us towards, because we have avenues through public participation that have been ignored before. So young people feel, what is the point of getting involved in public participation if our voices are not going to be heard? Another aspect where people can put their voices and their opinions out there is through litigation. Again, we know of juris pesa, and we have a lot of young people expressing that we feel like the judiciary has been bought and has been pocketed by the executive. We have civil societies, we have community-based organizations and groups such as UN and all other platforms that are there. But if these official avenues of communication are not being adhered to, or the political class pay no mind to these methods, then what is left for us young people? It is to protest, it is to show up on the streets, it is to put our complaints on social media. Recently, we've seen a lot of politicians talking about you cannot lead a country from digital platforms, you cannot bring change through social media. If that was true, how comes the finance bill was retracted? Because a lot of the noise was being made online, on Twitter Spaces and on TikTok. If that was not true, even though we saw that the cabinet was brought back, even I find the respectable word to use, but the cabinet was sacked from the noise that young people were making online. So until the political class and the leadership show us that yes, it is important to participate in all these official forums, we will use these official forums, but at the same time, we will continue making noise and protesting until they show us that our voices can be heard in a respectable manner.
Okay, Atambo, how can young people turn these protests into policies? How can this energy and these demands be moved from the streets to actual seats of dialogue?
Okay, thank you for this question. You know, it's usually hard speaking after Shakira because she can tend to shadow you. And okay, but this is an important question. And like I said, or as said and aforementioned, there was a disconnect, which was a civil government disconnect. But there were root causes to this. There was poor communication, there was distrust, there was marginalization of voices, and there was also an adequate, I don't want to say lack, there was lack of an adequate public participation. The youth felt this way. And you'll just allow me to refer, because I've written them down, and I wrote them down to my own perspective, how I found them, from least pressing to most pressing. And when you gave me this question, I was actually really happy to do so. So the youth, one thing they need to do is to actively engage in public participation forums. And this is something that we do not see. We need to strengthen town halls, we need to strengthen these community forums so that the youth can, just adequately give their opinions on their grievances also. Secondly, and I know this is going to be controversial to put it here, but we also need to enhance civic education. I know this is the least pressing. Civic education has disappeared even from our syllabus. Back in the 70s, back in the 80s, civic education was a huge role. If you go and ask youth of today, what is the appropriate age one can vie for presidency, they don't know. If you go and ask them, what is the role of your MCA, what is the role of your woman rep, they don't know. And that is why they become apathetic even to vote, because they lack information. Thirdly, we need to increase youth representation in leadership, which Shakira has also highlighted. The youth are severely lacking in leadership, and it's not just because they are not represented, it's because even them, that lack of civic education makes them not turn up for such forums. so they don't know the opportunities that they have. And I'm actually glad that the registrar, one of the representatives of the registrar of political parties is here. Because when I went there and I was looking at the sign-up sheet, I was keenly looking just at the youth. And you know that section for political parties, they have no idea. So maybe you can highlight that later on. And also policy advocacy through grassroots movements. There is dire need to support this youth in the projects, in the CBOs on the ground. It is through doing what they do on the ground, it is through doing what they do, the initiatives, the CBOs, that we can truly support them and show them that there is hope for a better Kenya. Leveraging digital platforms, I won't talk about that because Shakila mentioned it, but this media can be used for good and bad. And basically, the good is for information, spreading the right channels and opportunities for the youth to jump on to further better themselves and in the long run better the country. But now we see that the dissemination of false information, the dissemination of propaganda is also spread through these channels. And that's a very bad thing. And lastly, the most important point, as per me, according to my perspective, is that we need to strengthen institutions, which I hope we'll talk about later, because it is through strengthening these institutions that we can build a better Kenya, not just for us, but for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atambo. So we move to Meshach. What is stopping young people? What are these barriers that young people face in regards to them getting in political leadership? Because when we're talking about seats, we're not only talking about seats of dialogue, we're also talking about can they become members of county assembly or members of parliament or senators, governors? What are these barriers that they're facing, and why do they want to be on the table in that regard of getting seats in parliament?
Thank you so much for that question, Kimberly. You know, political participation by the youth is a cornerstone of vibrant and sustainable democracies. You know, the youth bring innovative ideas and fresh energy into the governance space. So I want us to look at some of the forms that the youth can engage politically, some of the ways in which youth politically participate. Number one, which the youth failed terribly in 2022, is through voting. Voting is a political process. You know, this is the act of determining who gets where. You choose your leader. That is one of the important roles, ways in which the youth can participate. Another one is through candidacy. This is vying for positions of, vying for political positions. Number three is through policy contribution. Engaging institutions, like for example, we have a National Youth Council in Kenya, which is supposed to be talking on behalf of the youth. So such institutions are some of the ways in which youth can engage politically. Another one is through advocacy and activism. Now on to the barriers that the youth face when doing this participation. And I'll start with advocacy and activism. In the recent past, we have witnessed cases of the youth being abducted and the youth even being killed because of activism and advocacy. And I'm glad one of the influential activists we have in Kenya is here today, Mr. Okiya Mtata, and I'm sure he'll share his experiences. Because one of the biggest barriers is the state trying to sell fear to these people. So the moment you see your people being killed, definitely you're not going to be involved in that activism. But then also as an activist, you are told when in due course, your life is also in danger. So they're always ready for this anyway. Number two, that is affecting candidacy, is economic constraints. The young people don't have, you know, running a political campaign needs money, and good money for that case, which ultimately the youth don't have that money. Another political participatory role is engaging deeply in political parties. But then, and I'm glad we have political parties here today, I was having a conversation with the youth in my table there about how inclusive they are in their political parties. And you come to realize that most of these political parties, they have a huge number of youth as their members. But then only a few of them sit in strategic positions. And you can even ask the SGs, how many youth sit in the National Executive Council of your parties? Only 1 or 2, 3. So there must be space for youths to engage in political parties. On to another key barrier is cultural perceptions. And as the youth, when you walk around and say hi to these old people, they will tell you, you know what? You are the leaders of tomorrow. That alone is a discriminatory sentence. I mean, what do you mean by you are the leaders of tomorrow? Why not today? You know, and also the society has this notion that the youth are more into violence. They don't know how these processes are, and that's why you'll see most of these people telling the youth, wait a little bit. You get mentorship from us so that you can take over these positions. And yesterday, actually, in the headquarters, I was having a conversation with one of the MCA aspirants in Keses constituency. And she was sharing her experiences. She was telling me everything was smooth, you know, you campaign. But then towards the end of campaigns, just a senior politician comes and say, huyu msichana bado ni mdogo, tutamtafutia kazi. So vote for this one. That alone, you have already killed the morale of the youth. You see? So, one of the key things that actually undermine youth political participation is cultural perceptions. They'll always tell you the youth are not organized, but somehow, and I agree with what my colleagues are saying, but then also, a minus on to ask the youth is that we are a majority, yes. But what kind of majority are we? We are a very disorganized majority. That's why we end up being led by organized minorities. The old people are organized. They do their things structurally. Now, I was sitting with the same youth I was sitting with there, and we were having a conversation about the current government. And I was telling them, you know, si ODM umeingia serikali. Huyo ODM anasema bado lakini, you know. So if we cannot agree on what positions we stand for, even in these very political parties we are in, then we should try and reach a consensus on matters of political participation.
Thank you so much, Meshach, for that insightful. You've really given us good insight. So as we finish, I'd like to now come to the audience. What lessons can us Gen Zs learn from the older generation? What can we learn?
Thank you very much. My name is Frank Ochieng Walukwe. During the day, I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but I'm also lucky to be the Secretary General of PNU, and I'm also a member of CMD Steering Committee. And very youthful, somewhat. So there is opportunity. And the one thing that you need to learn, I think, as a youth, and this we used to be told, even back in the days when I was in Solo, that power is not given, power is taken. The deadline for the noise, as Shakira puts it, is 2027. You can only make noise between now and 2027. Come 2027, the question will be, what have you done to change the circumstances, to change what you are hankering for? I like the gentleman who says that he is in a political party, he's placed himself in a position where he can ensure that he impacts policy. And therein lies what you're saying, because you're saying from streets to seats. So the question that I wanted to put forth and throw back to you is, how do you bridge the gap between youth involvement in politics and the apathy, the ignorance, and the civic and education? How do you bridge that gap? Because once you bridge that gap, therein lies the solution. But as I conclude, PNU as a political party, we will welcome all youth with open arms. Come one, come all, as we plan to take over government in the next election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jean Kihara, Member of Parliament for Naivasha. I want to talk to my children here and tell them, just like it's been said, power is grabbed, yes, but also do they take time to learn the policies of political parties, the law itself? Because like now, for example, we don't have IEBC. You know, we don't have. So one of the things you should be clamoring for is to have an IEBC. Do you know voter registration is supposed to be continuous? It is every day, all the time. We're going to be rushed a few months to register, which can be skewed so that you don't register. What are you going to do about that? You must wake up to these policies of the government and the running of these institutions, including registering for identity cards. We have seen governments register with us in a skewed way, depending on where they think they can get the support. So you need to run all these things, get to know what happens, then much as mood, yes, tulikuwa huko na hawa. I open my doors for the youth. I have employed youth in my office, though they burnt my office on 25th. I'm the only old one in the office, but they burnt my office. But get to know as much as possible your rights, those we are talking about, so that you know when you are clamoring for whatever, you know what it is that you need. Because we can sit here, say youth, and in the final analysis, you are not registered as voters because you did not try that process. Thanks.
My name is Omengo Magara. I am a former chair of CMD. I currently lead a party called the People's Democratic Party. I have few observations to make and lessons learned through presented by this wonderful team. In fact, how I wish I would have Shakila and one other guy, gentleman outside my party. I think I will inject new life in that party. So please, you're welcome. You're not in any party. But let me say this. As a chairman of CMD, and Frank can agree with us, during this time we were trying to ask young people to get positions in political parties. And they did. It is that season, I think 2017, where we had so many young people gain nominations because they stood in positions where they were secretary generals of political parties. Nothing is in there for you unless you're on the team. Number one. And for the old folks like myself, ignore Gen Zs at your own peril. Oh yes. And I would say this because you must accept that time has come. Some of us must pass the baton. And how do we do it? Sometimes we get also a vacuum by some of you young people refusing to come out. And when you talk about barriers, boss, you guys, you don't need money. I don't think you got money to go to cause terror during Gen Z demonstrations. I don't know who gave you money. But that was a revolution that people are saying, ignore them at your own peril. But also, now come in, learn the structures with civility, and that order the young man said. I can assure you, tomorrow is bright for you. I also am against this nonsense of saying, tomorrow, viongozi wa kesho. Actually, I was told that until I almost eclipsed from leadership. Until I had to be cut, my hands were chopped kidogo, then I go there by force, by fire. What am I saying? There has to be courage. The other thing you talked about is economic constraint. I've addressed that and saying, Gen Z, you never took any money from anybody else. In fact, you used a phone and a flag. Boss. The other thing also, and I know, Madam Registrar of Political Party, she has left. It's critical that these young people are given ID cards. Part of their right to express themselves, to vote, is to get an ID card. And I can tell you, if I'm sure you will not give me a vote and I know your formed an opinion, some of us will actually block you from getting these IDs or make it impossible to get. That should be part of your responsibility. In fact, before we talk about IBC, because you 27 IBC inaweza kuja mbele, lakini ID you must have it today. So 2027 you must drop your voice to be heard. I'm encouraged. And I can't see hopelessness anymore. We must be worried, some of us. Unless we change, you're going to chase us from these streets. I thank you and take courage. Nchi ni yenu bwana.
Thank you so much. It's such a wonderful way to close this panel. Tumeambiwa nchi ni yetu. All the young people in the room. Tumeambiwa nchi ni ya nani? Hey, young people jamani. Simuonekane mko. Nchi ni ya nani? Nchi ni ya nani? Nchi ni ya nani? I'd like to give Reverend as a minute to give.
Thank you so much. I don't need to despair. One thing the youth have said is that they are not organized. The other one is that they have no money. You don't need money and you don't need organization better than the social media and the internet. That platform, I used the pulpit when I was below 30 to declare multi-party and new constitution because I had a pulpit at St. Andrews. I captured that room and space. You already have changed. You said you removed the cabinet. You said that you removed the tax bill because you are greater platform than in parliament. Do you understand that? Clap for yourself. Your platform in this country is greater than parliament, than the cabinet, because you can remove a cabinet and you can overthrow a bill. Use this. It is enough. This is your platform. Use it again and again and overthrow those systems. Thank you so much for what you did.
Thank you so much. So I'd like us to clap for our panelists as they leave the stage. I'd like us to clap for our panelists as we leave the stage.
Thank
we're
you
going
so
to
much.
Have a session where we're going to interact.
Clap for them as they leave the stage.
Yeah.
I know in the discussion of the youth, there's quite a lot to be discussed. But because of time, there will be more opportunities. I know we can't end that, but we have to, because of time, we have to move to the next session. Thank you so much, such a brilliant minds. And we love you. The reception tells you that how Kenyans really love our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever does not really understand the youth should only read Honorable Francis Mudaura's book, A Moving Horizon, and you'll find very serious insights immediately after the no won the referendum, what the former civil servant guru talks about, the meetings they had to decide on the way forward. Allow me to welcome Frank, the Executive Director of CMD-Kenya, to move on with the program from there. Thank you so much, Frank.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, our guests. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for encouraging the young people. One of the critical things when we were preparing this program was this request, Ambassador Mudaura, that young people want an opportunity to be heard quietly by elders. And thank you for giving them an honor. And we hope that this intergenerational dialogue continues so that then they can hear that Reverend Joya was actually 30 years and his social media was the pulpit. And he did his part. And is actually available to have this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now to invite two speakers who will talk to us, and who, other than the good Reverend Timothy Njoya. Karibu sana. And I am told we have a cocktail and time to mingle and interact. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. We have a few speeches, then we can have the informal networking session. Can we appreciate Reverend Njoya as he comes on stage? Thank you so much.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I don't want to follow much to our protocol, but thank you for everybody who is here to fellowship with me. And now, I have to first of all declare you a monastery so that you can be my monks and my nuns, so that I'm talking to people who are a captive audience. Because when you have a pulpit, you have a captive audience. But anyway, let me say this. I will leave the organizers with a copy to share with those who want the message. Let me just quickly read instead of looking at you the way I used to read my sermons. The problem raised negative is that there is public disillusionment with the governance structures. And the solution offered is our right, our future, right now. So this has a hopelessness, this paper, the invitation which you wrote to us has a hope and a hopelessness. A hopelessness and a hope. Let me start by saying, may we consider public disillusionment with the Kenyan governance structures as the state's own self-delusion. It is the delusion of the state. This year's international human rights theme, our rights, our future, right now, shows that neither disillusionment nor the self-delusion of the state are going to despair us, are going to take over. Kenya is caught in the middle of a whirlwind political storm, kicked off by the death of the Ruto executive and the parliament. Why have they died? When the Ruto executive co-opted the Kenya parliament into its executive, they skewed the state and rendered Kenya stateless. So right now we are stateless. This is not I'm telling you, this is what I told Ruto on 26th June 2024, face to face. When the NCCK piggybacked me to go to Ruto to see him at the State House, their agenda was emotional. They wanted to tell him to participate in the funerals, but I therefore refused to go. But because I'm the patron of the NCCK, I was dragged to the State House. But anyway, I knew my name would be soiled, but then I went for obedience to the elders. The State House comes to an end when the president came to an end when the president corrupts two of the three arms of the state. Thus, the parliament and the executive, he corrupts them into one amorphous arm of a bankrupt kleptocracy. So, by being stateless, we became a kleptocracy, a theft government. I told Ruto this. Actually, I told him, positive brand. I told Ruto that since he cannot become the president of a stateless nation, because the Constitution says the president is the president of the state. I told him point blank, since you cannot become the president of a stateless nation, you too, you are dead. And our duty is to raise you from the dead and a state from the dead. That's why Jesus descended into hell. And I told him to say the Apostles' Creed, that Jesus ascended into hell. I knew it. Now, but he agreed with me too quickly before I could go on. In our Kenya Constitution, the state is a equilateral triangle. A equilateral triangle consisting of the executive, parliament, and judiciary. If two corrupts into one, then there is no state, and then there is no president. It is one of the if one side collapses into the other one, like the parliament has been co-opted, and I told him that point to point. Once you co-opted a parliament into the state, into the executive, the executive also corrupts according to the Constitution of Kenya, because these are independent organs. When I told him that once you collapse an equilibrium triangle by removing one side and amalgamating with the other one, what happened? It died. The state died. So today, we don't have a state. We have a bankrupt kleptocracy, which is dependent on loans to live because it cannot survive on what we pay as taxes because it has stolen them. So it was because the church, the NCK was going because of Gen Z to be helped to bury their dead. Jesus said, I told the NCK, Jesus said, let the dead bury their. Let's continue with the Gen Z agenda. The Gen Z must have noted that Kenya has an illegitimate president and an invalid state when the Gen Zs rejected the tax bill as a theft bill. It was not a tax bill, it was a theft bill, and the Gen Z rejected it. So, secondly, this Kenya statelessness is worse than one-party state, because the one-party state followed its own it's Lanka's constitution, not a Kenya constitution. It's Lanka's constitution, which Moi revoked in 1992 to follow our return struggle to democracy, to democratic state. You know, I called Moi the greatest president that ever lived in Africa. Do you know why? He didn't want us to wait like Mobutu and all the others and every other country where people waited for civil war. He succumbed to the he did not succumb to the Saitoti Committee, which says people want one party. That alone made me love Moi, my brother. Because I didn't want, Cyprian is not here, or Kepta. I had told them I'm ready to go and lead, to go to forest to become a chaplain if you go to fight, to redeem Kenya. I told them that. I was ready because I was helping Frelimo in Mozambique to raise funds for education, and also in Angola, because I was a member of the Committee for Liberation of Africa of the World Council of Churches. So in effect, Kenya is now neither a multi-party state nor a one-party state, but a stateless kleptocracy. Do you agree with that? If you are thieves, don't agree with it. But it is a kleptocracy. So this is my last point. Thirdly, I am not afraid to state this, that the Ruto executive and the Ruto parliament staged a slow motion bloodless coup by refusing to appoint the IBC. That was a coup d'etat. Do you know why? Because the majority of the people of the youth are not registered now. Is not a coup? Youth, can't you clap me for that? The organ which could, by now you would be a voter, was killed. Can you vote? Isn't that a coup d'etat? When I called, last night, I called the General Secretary of the NCK and told them I will say that. I will tell you that Moi staged a stateless, a slow death process coup, a bloodless coup. He said, he told me that postponement is only delayed a real blood coup in Kenya. That's my General Secretary who told me that, and you know he wears a collar like me. This is what their book is about. These men called Mary Oppenheim and Bob Rich wrote a book, The End of a Revolution, because they described Ghana as a one-party megalomania. And not Ruto, and Ghana, and Nkrumah, they described him as a one-party megalomaniac. Here we are not having a one-party megalomaniac or one-party megalomania, we are having a party-less megalomania. You understand that? A party-less, why? UDA is not a party, it's a market. Okay, further, I said, finally, the work of churches now is to return the money. It's not to return the money to thieves who have stolen it, because it does not belong to them in the first place. How does a thief return your money? Instead of giving the money to the people whom it is stolen, you are returning to the thief. Is that logical? You people, you are afraid of the church. But I met you, it's not logical for you to return a stolen money to me and I say, return it to you because you are a thief. The best way is to give it back to the owners, the taxpayers. So go tell on the bishops to become logical. So the Catholic and Protestant bishops are not supposed to, are supposed by God to cast out the demons of kleptocracy. But when they return the money, they don't cast it out. They let it continue stealing. You get me? They are giving it a license to go and steal. They should ask for more and return it to the people. You know that? I wish I could be a bishop. Now, when Jesus encountered, why are you laughing at me? When Jesus encountered a demon-possessed man in the region of Gerasene, he healed him. They come to church. Have we healed them? Why don't bishops heal the money-possessed demons who bring the stolen money to the church? Churches are supposed to be messengers of God's redemption to the money-possessed demoniacs who steal money and they come to church to use the church as a ordering market. We are not a market as a church, but we have made it a market by ordering the money. Now, by returning it to the thieves. When a tax collector called Zacchaeus came to Jesus, when he comes to Jesus, Zacchaeus, he stood and said, Lord, I will give half of the possessions not half of the possession to the poor. And if I have cheated anyone, I will pay back 4 times. Why didn't the money orders say that? Thank you for telling me to shut up, because I must shut up. But let me please emphasize that taxes are people's money and not the state money. And that Kenya remains stateless until we have an IBC that can help Kenyans to raise the state from the dead and from statelessness. We need to rise up from the death of statelessness and the kleptocracy. And with that, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let me give you these copies to give to the press.
All right.
This is a good copy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we appreciate the Reverend Njoya? Now, young people, you know who you want to have in your corner in dialogue. Thank you so much. Chairman, before I hand over the remainder of the program to you, allow me to invite one more speaker, the Senator for Busia, Senator Okoitio Mtata, to speak to us in 3 minutes, and then I'll hand over the program to the chair. Thank you. Can we appreciate Senator Okia as he comes? Thank you.
The senator from Busia, not the senator for Busia. From Busia, yes. I'm a senator of the Republic of Kenya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm most honored to be here this evening. And Reverend Joya, my inspirational sponsor, I'm happy to see you and to listen to you. Difficult to talk after you have spoken. What I will only say is that inclusion was the topic that was being discussed. And elections, the right to vote, the right to vie are one of the fundamental rights, one of the rights and fundamental freedoms enshrined in Article 38 of the Constitution. And therefore, it's not a light issue. And being a right, therefore, if we have to talk about inclusion, we are simply saying one very simple thing, that every vote must count, and must count with equal weight. Therefore, do we have a system that can ensure every vote counts? And that invites us to focus on Chapter 7 of the Constitution, in particular Articles 81 and 86, where every vote must count. So when you look at the architecture of our elections in Chapter 7, it goes beyond free and fair. The standard is tamper-proof. The election must be accurate, a mathematical term. The election must be verifiable. The election must be simple. The election, and then I think it's in Article 81, it's very, very interesting when they talk about an election being conducted by an impartial body. Then they go on and say administered in a neutral manner. You and me know that we can be impartial, but we cannot be neutral. An election that is accurate, where the standard of accuracy is one vote out of many millions of votes. An election where the winner is by one vote, and you are told you have to be accurate to that level. Military accuracy. The kind of stuff you are seeing in Ukraine where a bullet shoots a bullet. That's the kind of accuracy our Constitution requires in our elections. An election that is verifiable. And verifiable by who? Verifiable by the voter. Where a voter should be able to know that I voted for Honorable Magara and my vote was counted to Honorable Magara. That's the threshold of the election we have, the Kenyan Constitution in Chapter 7. An election where a dispute involving millions of ballots, a petition is put together in 7 days, and the judiciary has 14 days to determine. What kind of election are you talking about? That standard, why have we refused to go there? So we can talk about inclusion, we can talk about everything, but as long as every ballot cannot be verified, every ballot does not count, we don't have inclusion. So, I invite you, as CMD, to work for that election. And in fact, in Article 81 it's very clear that a free and fair election, which is, then they give you that accurate, verifiable, simple, and whatever. So that standard is why I say that the election must be tamper-proof. We cannot achieve that level of accuracy through a manual system. Try running M-Pesa manually, and you'll see what you are dealing with. Try running M-Pesa manually. Our courts, the Supreme Court in Raila 1, made the most stupid statement I've ever heard, that technology fails. When you and me know that technology does not fail because the universe is based on the laws of technology. Technology can be compromised when it encounters incompetence, negligence, or sabotage. But our court said the technology does not work, and therefore you can go manual. Try running M-Pesa manually, you'll see what will happen. It will be chaos. So, as a CMD, let us work for that tamper-proof election. The technologies are there, and they are in the global south. They are not in the north. The IBC must stop going to Saffron Mofo in France and all those fellows to look for solutions. The solutions are in Brazil, the solutions are in India. Let us have a tamper-proof election that can include everybody, that can be inclusive for candidates, for voters. Finally, the presidential election. We must terminate the presidential election at the constituency. The question of bombers is out. In the last elections, those who followed my petition, when the polling stations closed, we were told so many KIMS kits had transmitted, and the figure was given. So many had not transmitted. The figure was not given. But you could calculate and say, within the remaining, because each KIMS kit could hold a maximum of 700 votes, within the remaining, we could only have 506,000 ballots still out there. But 23 hours later, the ballots changed by 2.7 million. How do you get 2.7 million out of 506? That's not an accurate election. That's not a verifiable election. We must get away from that. And to do that, we must get rid of bombers. We must have an election that even the media can call. Let us have 290 presidential elections in every constituency. Let the results be published and pinned on the wall. And let us have the capacity to know who has been elected. We don't have to wait for 7 days. The Americans are going to do their bombers in January next year. Don't they know who won the election? Don't we know Trump won? Why are our elections opaque for the presidential election? This business of transmission, this transmission that should go. They'll give us a tamper-proof elections. Let us be faithful to Article 138, Clause 2, that where more than 2 candidates are cleared to run for presidential election, an election shall be held in each constituency, which means there has to be a result for each constituency. Let us have 290 results. Let us do the maths, tabulate the maths, and then make the declaration. The IBC can then declare in Article 138, Clause 10. And in Article 86, B and C, the word is the presiding officer counts and announces results. The returning officer tabulates and announces results. The IBC chair declares the winner. Why do we conduct a presidential election at Bomas? Let us be faithful to the Constitution, and the Supreme Court stop complaining about the days you are given. You are thinking in brick and mortar. It is digital. It is not paper. For paper, you need more time. For digital, you don't. Because the gadgets will tell you what happened. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Asante sana, Senator wa Busia. I have deliberately switched to Swahili so that I can survive. Thank you, Senator from Busia, and the Senator of the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, moderation job is quite difficult, but allow me to invite 2 speakers, and then I hand over to Chair, who will run the remainder of the program with his guests. I want to invite, on behalf of PWDs, Joseph Owino from the Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association to speak to us. Please welcome Joseph, and shortly after we will hear on behalf of women leaders from Honorable Jane Kihara. Please, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bwana Idi, Mr. Franklin Muhanja, and I'll ride also on the protocols that have already been established by recognizing the chairperson of the CMD, Senator Emeritus and Governor Emeritus, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi. All protocols observed. I'm here on the basis of ensuring that at least we have a discussion that is also centered on a disability inclusion anecdote. And looking into the state of multi-party democracy, I stand here today to start on looking into the aspect of where we got our multi-party democracy from. And it's by sheer coincidence that 2 weeks ago, I am a student at USIU. I pursue international relations in my second year of study, and as well serve within the Secretariat of the Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association, that caucus which brings together parliamentarians with disabilities, both from the National Assembly and even the Senate all together, as I serve as the head of advocacy and partnerships. And so in this angle, presenting my my paper in school, I was comparing the foreign policies of the former presidents, former President Moi and former President Kibaki. And one thing came clear. One of the events that informed their foreign policy is the constitutional changes. For example, coming in during the presidency of Daniel Moi, we had the repeal of Section 2A, which allowed for the return of multi-party democracy in 1992. I know Honorable Kiraitu Murungi and co were key figures during that time. And so when we're looking into the efforts that have been made from that time up to today, that now we had the first transition of government, that is when now in 2002, when President Kibaki took over, we've had a number of changes coming in to support the inclusion of persons with disabilities within our governance framework. And in 2003, we saw the Persons with Disabilities Act enacted into place that oversaw the introduction of key institutions and key policies that are looking into supporting the welfare of persons with disabilities in our country. That one of the key change that came in is the National Council, establishment of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, a government institution which is a saga looking into championing and supporting the welfare of persons with disabilities. And looking into all these activities, we have a number of hits and misses as far as enabling inclusion of persons with disabilities within our governance architecture is concerned. One of the key issues is Article 54, alongside other articles within our constitution, are brought in, trying to ring fence the welfare of persons with disabilities, from at least with dignifying their lives and also enabling their safe stay within societies, access to education and other services, and even enabling the employment and appointment of persons with disabilities within different discourses of our society. Then another aspect that coming in as a challenge from this aspect is the representation of persons with disabilities. We truly have a challenge because, and our political parties should come in to help us, because looking into the happening that came in 2022 general elections, we're having 21 county assemblies without representation of persons with disabilities. That tells you that we're still halfway in terms of enabling devolution work for persons with disabilities. And we're asking, because I know I'm seeing Madam RPP here, Dr. Anderito, stakeholders must sit down and ring fence these policies so that at least we ensure that the slots that are left for persons with disabilities are granted to persons with disabilities. We don't have people haranguing as persons with disabilities and taking whatever is set for them. And so that at least this works out. Another aspect is issues about accessibility. We have the universal design doctrine that must be allowed, so that at least we ensure that our infrastructure is well cut out to ensure that the participation of persons with disabilities within our domain, from politics and all other sectors, is well supported, so that persons with disabilities are not left out within our governance framework and the participation in the societal activities at large. There also have been legislative advancements looking into policies within the local and even the global facets. We have the Persons with Disabilities Bill. We have the Conventions for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities at the UN. We have the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of persons with disabilities at the AU level. We now need to ring-fence these through localizing whatever the provisions that have been set by these conventions. And it calls upon the actors, both within the political space and other spaces, to come in and work it out. And I'm glad all the RPP is working it out from a political parties angle, so that at least the political parties being registered, or those that are already established, have the persons with disability inclusion aspect, anecdote, preserved and taken care of in this scenario. The two last bit is about enabling access to critical services, and even the social welfare services to persons with disabilities. These issues about education, issues about healthcare, issues about housing, these are very pertinent issues that must be enabled, must be serviced to persons with disabilities. And I'm glad former senator and now the SGUDO was here, talking about the policies that we're having, like the new funding model and even the healthcare issues that are coming in. We're having a challenge, if at all we're not having sustainable policies, each regime coming with different policies that are not working out for persons with disabilities, because the information about them are very scanty, financing frameworks are not working out. And so we're looking into how do we bring all the sector players so that at least we get to work it out to ensure that persons with disabilities are serviced and everything works out for them. Thank you so much. That was my time.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Honorable Kihara, please 2 minutes, then a hand over to the chair. Karibu sana, let's invite Honorable Kihara. Tafadhali makofi kwake akija. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. I'm happy to be here also, all protocols observed. My name is Jane Kihara, Member of Parliament, Uko Naivasha, doing my 3rd term. I'm happy to be here because I've worked with CMD for a long time. They have really been a strength in far as my politics is concerned. This is a very important meeting. The human rights and the social rights. I just want us to have a look at that Article 43 and just look at those rights. Tell us what is it that this government is doing about it, whether it has. Let me see whether I'll get it here. Every person has a right to A, the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health care services, including reproductive health. There we are with SHA and SHE and SHIF. I don't know whether it's working. Accessible and adequate housing and reasonable standards. Is it there? Free from hunger and to have adequate food, acceptable quality, is it there? Clean and safe water. And the list is long, very long. We went round in that market. Reverend is saying UDA is a market. Although I didn't know what he meant, whether we are selling or buying. What we are doing is maybe buying other parties. We went around this country telling people, UDA, pesa mfukoni. Now we are removing money from people, not giving them. Kazi ni kazi. We are exporting our labor. Education. We have hardly enough teachers in schools, and we are exporting teachers. So everything is not what we said. So the youth, maybe you take up from where Chairman left it, Chairman Kiraitu Murungi. They were the young tact, and they are the ones who gave us the second liberation. It is very, very, very important we listen to you. We also listened to church. Church played a key role in giving us the second liberation. But now here we are, disrespectful. When they say we answer back, whatever they tell us, we don't want to listen, yet when we need them, they are there for us. And I think we are all awake now. Kenyans are awake, and we cannot cheat anybody that this country is not going in the right direction, much as I'm in UDA. We were a very popular party. I am not sure we are the same. I am not sure I'll be in that party when we go for elections next time. But also we must farm our political parties so that they stop becoming vehicles to election. When we say this, we say, then that party is not there anymore. We were building a very strong party. We brought many parties together. And I thought that was the idea, so that we have one strong party. But from the way things are going, I think all is not well. I can see I'm being whisked, but there is a lot to say. CMD continue supporting the process to democratize this country because we are not headed in the right direction. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Kihara. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the co-MC so that the chairman can then come here and take care of the visitors. Please, it is an honor for me to request you to get my chairman here with a lot of energy.
Of course, these people are full of energy. You can just tell by the smiles. Look at the way they are smiling. It's like they are waiting for this time, right? Let's all stand up as the band is preparing for us to usher in our chairman. This to give you even ample time for you to relax kidogo. We've been sitting for you to have the speech, right? You see, Mom needed that, right? Maybe take a free space and just relax. Good. If you feel that the court is too heavy for you, you can as well remove it. You needed that break, right? Right, sir? Take a space. Alafu from where you are, for those who love rumba, you just dance Sabita. You see that the red is moving to the dance?
Hasira za nini we baba, hasira za nini we baba, wataka kuniua bure baba, wataka kuniua bure baba, Yesu wako na Yesu wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu na wewe, chuki ya nini kati yangu na wewe. Le 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 le, oh oh mama. Hasira za nini we baba, hasira za nini we baba, wataka kuniua bure baba, wataka kuniua bure baba. Wangu hayuko, wangu hayuko, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe.
Yeah, she's a very good MC.
Thank you.
Now, we have very many, very important people. So allow me to recognize you. Generically, all the senators who are here, former governors, members of parliament, former members of parliament, our development partners, the leaders of the youth, student leaders who are here, our colleagues from CMD, and good afternoon. Simpigie makofi. Sikuja peke yangu. I came with my girlfriend, Priscilla Murungi. Tafadhali, wave to her. She's been part of my struggle. Yeah, have a seat. I want to recognize very specially my brother, former member of parliament also, Honorable Omega Magara, the former, who was the boss of CMD, and I think they played a key role in setting up this institution. Can we really appreciate? I would like to the steering committee to come forward. Mwonekane tu mpanga laini hapa kidogo. The steering committee of CMD. Ukiona vielea, vyaundwa. Sidio? So, I think I will give the Secretary General, Kevina, the opportunity to introduce them. Please take the mic.
Have this one? Can you start?
Yes. You can come up. Can Frank me here? This is our team. Tafadhali appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me that opportunity to be able to introduce my colleagues. My name is Kevina Loyatum. I am standing here as a trustee member for CMD-Kenya. CMD-Kenya. I represent my party, Democratic Action Party of Kenya, and my party leader is Eugene Wamalwa. Thank you very much. I would just give you the microphone to just say your name. And
just my name. Just my name, nothing else. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sadiq Dofa. I am from UPA Party. I was once on the streets, and I decided to join CMD so that I can make policy changes internally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Wambui Kimathi, the Service Party, TSP.
My name is Ken Swanya Marita, Treasurer CMD, and from the part of UPA.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Joshua Aluoch. I'm from Chama cha Baba na Mama, KANU Party.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Frank Walukwe. I represent PNU.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Kipto, representing the UDA. Yes. Thank you very much. Tuko strong.
Gadhi Rongo is my name, from Tujibebe. And I'm happy, Reverend Joya. I was a step away when the Ngumo thugs worked on us. And I remember running away from the Gathedly all the way to Upper Hill, shouting, thank you very much for what you have done for this country.
Okay, can we give them a big round of applause as we sit down? Yeah, of course, you have heard from Reverend Joya. Many of you are keeping quiet, shocked by some of the things he was saying. But that's joy for us. We need somebody who can shake the tree, even like the prophets of the Old Testament, who are saying things which kings did not want to hear. For me, he has been my personal friend for many years. But one time when I was Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, he came to see me to tell me we should charge President Kibaki with bigamy. And of course, I kept away from him for some time. So don't be shocked. Okay, the law was there, but there are situations when some things cannot be done, Joya. Yeah, like that one. We have Madam Anne Deritu, who is the Registrar of Political Parties with us. She'll be speaking after me. Can we appreciate her? And we have representatives of development partners like in Jerusalem, from British High Commission. Are there any other partners who are in the room? I knew we are already from the Netherlands Embassy or somebody from your side. Can we appreciate all of them? Now, in interest of time, allow me to recognize two elders just to come on stage. I know people who are visible in the struggle are people like Njoya and others. But the struggle did not end in 1990. Continued for another decade. And the 2010 Constitution, which is supposed to have kind of closed that chapter, and a lot of forces behind it. And the two of those people who are behind it are here. Professor Anyang' Nyong'o was supposed to come. Professor Anyang' Nyong'o and I are the ones who are in charge of the Green Secretariat, which can run the campaign countrywide for the new constitution of 2010. He sent his apology. We expected him to come and speak. Let's appreciate him as wherever he is. Now, that constitution was a product of negotiations between the opposition, ODM, and PNU, those days. And remember, we are the grand coalition government. Without that coalition, there would have been no constitution in this country. There would be the 2010 constitution could not have been passed. It was passed because we were together. And the person who was behind all that was first Francis Kimemia, who was then working in OP, and Ambassador Francis Mudhaura, who was the end of the public service. In fact, Mudhaura went and hid with Kibaki and Raila in Sagana, and they are the ones who came with the list of the Grand Coalition government, which continued that work. So can I invite Francis Kimemia, former governor of Nyandarua, to come on stage. Huyu ni governor, apigwe makofi zaidi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Kiraito. And I want to appreciate all the protocols that have been mentioned in the interest of time. And also appreciate my boss, Ambassador Mudhaura, whom I took over from. Governor, I'll just say, let me call you, I'll just say maybe one thing or two things, just in terms of observations. In the first place, when we're in government, we never have come to this forum. Forum, activists, forum, we are very scared. So I'm happy to be here for the first time. Of course, in the counties, we participated a lot in terms of supporting the rights groups. And let alone, we work very well with them, with Ambassador Mudhaura from OP, inside OP. And I'll just give you examples. And what I was going to say is that the issue, and I know the registrar of political parties or the leader of the political parties is here, this lack of ideological-driven, fundamentally ideological-driven political parties in this country, I think that is a big issue that I didn't hear it mentioned here, that we almost, even now, after 60 years, we are moving to pseudo-ideological parties based on districts or tribes, or even clans, or regions. I think that has been a major issue in terms of the development of rights and democracy. That is something that concerned us a lot from where we sat as public servants before we entered into politics. And then the asymmetry between political parties in their numbers, and then the quality of democracy in the country, and the economic prosperity, the quality of economic prosperity in this country. I think I thought the research that was done should also look at those very difficult issues. Are political parties able to oversight government? Or are they part of it? Are they part of corruption? Are they not part of it? I think those have been issues of concern to those of us who are both in public service and also now in the political arena. I think that is an issue that I thought is good to flag it out, because I don't want to say a lot of things. And then that inability to link the rights to national interest. We have not been able to link rights to our national interest in this country. We have not been able to link it to national security. Very, very important issues. And to even our national vision, the 2030 vision, which I know was nurtured very critically by Ambassador Muthaura here and Governor Kiraito and the team I see here. We don't see rights should not be abstract. I think they must translate into cash in people's pockets. That's why they are rights. If people are poor and you're talking about rights, I don't think those rights will ever make have fundamental meanings in the lives of people. So I think it's very important to link rights to those critical issues of national security. What is our national interest? Can I wake up today and sell KICC or sell a parasito? That is very crucial. Are those also not rights, fundamental rights, international rights, national rights that should be? Can we just abandon our Vision 2030, or should we be working on it and making it stronger? Even as we look at the Constitution, the Vision 2030 is the reason why you have all the developments that you see, the infrastructural transformation, the youth transformation in this country. I think those are things that I thought Governor Kiraito I could flag out. And of course, lastly, the quality of leadership. Whether you're talking about the top leadership, or the PSs, or even chiefs who administer rights at the village level. And I recall when Governor came here with Mzee Kibaki, we were called in OP by Ambassador Muthaura. I was then in the Ministry of Education, and we were supposed to sack all the chiefs because of the abuse of rights down to the grassroots. And then we asked ourselves, can we really sack 10, 12, 14,000 people, or should we reform them? And this is where I wanted to end by telling you that we reverted, and I want to appreciate Ambassador Muthaura. We went to the civil society. We went to the non-state, they were then calling themselves non-state actors, those ones you could not mention them during the Moi regime. The reforms, I was then in the public sector reforms, and we are seen as very bad people who are talking about reforms. That word was not even supposed to be mentioned in government documents. And we were able to implement a very, very comprehensive reform program in the government. And do you know what happened? We were able to look at the police reforms. They were done by Jean Kamau, who was then in the non-state actors. And she was able to run a very robust reforms in government. The quality of public service started changing. We brought those reforms into the public sector. We had things called chiefs manuals, chiefs charter. How do you deal with a widow when somebody dies? How do you administer properties of the widow and those who are surviving? We came up with a service, what do you call a service charter, to make sure that rights of services to kila mtu, huduma bora ni haki ya kila mtu, those rights were entrenched and mainstreamed inside government processes. And so on the performance contracting, I'm sure you know this. I'm just running very quickly to just give you examples of how private sector and also the non-state actors, the so-called rights groups, can also enhance institutionalization of rights inside the the governance of a government. I know those reforms have now gone almost to very slow pace, and I hope they're going to be to be activated. Even things like free primary education, I know championed by Ambassador was chairing that committee, the free secondary education, university issues, within OP very well. And lastly, very, very important, because the youth are here. We had a Ministry of Youth, specifically nothing but youth, and it was supposed to mainstream youth agenda inside government. Every committee of government, including National Security Council, which Ambassador chaired and which later on came to chair, we had youth issues discussed in the top of national. We securitized youth issues and also rights issues inside the government. So I don't want to say much, but as I conclude, I want to appreciate these people who are here. We nurtured the Constitution 2010 with the governor here, Ambassador Muthaura was a leader, and leader of political parties are here. And see, Waheshimiwa who are here, and we worked very well, and we made sure that there was a whole chapter on the Bill of Rights in that constitution. And of course, Article 10, the issue of integrity, learning a public service that is efficient, that is ethical, that is effective, and that is above all able to respect rights. These things, rights cannot exist in vacuum. If you do not have a quality public service, you can forget about issues of rights. If you look at the police operations today, the way they are taking their, they say their patrols, I can tell something has been missed. We even trained them on how to engage patrols. We reformed the curriculum in Kiganjo, APTC, GSU, and so on, to make sure that rights of people are maintained. And they moved from police force to police service order. Many things, including the police station itself. If you go to Kajiado here, the police cells, where women and children and men were mixed. Those things. So when you talk about institutionalizing rights, you have to look at the public service, look at the private sector, and reform them, restructure them from within and from without. Thank you very much. Sorry I took a bit time, but I want to appreciate you for what you're able to do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's appreciate the governor better. Yeah, actually, they carried a lot of public service, public sector reforms, yeah, during that time. As you know, I'm the bus driver. I'm from the bus party. And my colleagues from the bus here, Titus Intosho, who is the former Deputy Governor, Mary is the Deputy Party Leader of the bus. Can we appreciate him? And then the bus focuses on the youth. We have a minority leader, Mwenda Iviri, who is a youth, as you can see, and our youth leader, who is also an MCA, Kirinya. Yeah. Thank you. Ambassador Francis. This is the man who led all those reforms you see in Kebake's government, which are being praised now by everybody. And he was awarded by the UN. He was awarded a recognition by the UN for carrying out the most radical reforms of civil service in Africa in his time. So let's appreciate Ambassador Muthaura.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Governor Kraito. And I really wish to congratulate him and all of you for meeting to talk about multi-party democracy for our country. A lot of you are a bit older. Those who are a bit older, they know the processes we have gone. We started with multi-party just for 1 year, then we went to one party for how many years? 63 to about 90 something, for about 30 years, isn't it? About that, we had one party state. And we know the shortcomings of one party state. It has a lot of dictatorial tendencies. And it's only one party which could manage remember the Detention Act. If you are a bit noisy, you need not have to go to court. You are just picked and you are put in jail for some time. Now, after about 30 years, we realized the country cannot develop that way. We cannot, there's no way the country could develop. So a movement of those who are really urging for multi-party came up. Some of them were detained, but eventually they won. They won and we got a multi-party state. This was done by Moi in his final years, and then Kibaki, who were selected to replace Moi, started and promised a new constitution in 100 days after the election. After he was elected, he had promised that the new government would come up with a new constitution in 100 days. He tried very hard, but the first new constitution draft, Bwana Kiraitu was leading it, and others could not go through because the country got, or the ruling party got split. So the process was frustrated, and the vote was, the constitution was rejected. Now, that even with the dynamics really took us to the post-election violence of 2007. After sometimes God has his own ways of doing things. I think after the post-election violence, people became sober. They realized the best way to govern the country is to be as accommodating as you can, or inclusive. That's the answer. Then if you have different parties, eventually, through parliamentary debate and what have you, you develop a consensus. So that realization made us have the current constitution. And that was out of accommodation. The opposition, the main opposition, and also the winning party. So what am I saying here? What we are doing here is extremely an important responsibility for the future of this country, for the unity of the country, for peace of the country, and for having a competitive country, not only regionally, but globally. Before I came here, I was in another meeting of the East African Community Forum for the for the public, private sector, youth, politicians, and everybody, and the professionals. And what we are discussing is how to strengthen East African community so that East African community becomes like a magnet for development, for attracting investors, for market, wider market, and what have you. So that is the same job you have here now as multi-party democracy promoters, as champions of multi-party democracy. This is not a small undertaking. If you look around the world, the best performing countries are really the best, or even the founders of the multi-party democracy. You can go to the US, European community, the Asian countries now. They are doing extremely well because they have entrenched democracies in their own country. Democracies which aim at doing anything they do the best way, through competition. Either it's policy formulation, either it is appointment of leaders. They pick the best to lead them. So this one is like a think tank for the country. We have not reached perfection, but we are in the process, and we can reach where we want to go within a few years to come, or very shortly. But what we do must be objectively and scientifically correct, without distortions. We should know what we are pursuing. Sometimes, because we have too many political parties, we lose the main objective. And the main objective of any political party is security of the country, is development, or inclusive development of the people of the country, national cohesion for the country, and also to make the country competitive regionally and also globally. And I can assure you, Kenya is doing fairly well in terms of both regional and in global competition. But there's something that we can mess up through our own politics. If you look around Africa, sometimes you feel like crying at times. You feel like crying. When you look at a country like Congo, Congo became independent in 1960. Up to now, they have never known peace. You know, a country like Somalia, you know, the previous regime, which was a single-party state, collapsed, I think, in 1990. You know, up to now, they are a bit stabilizing. Look at countries like Libya. Despite all the oil wealth and what have you, they have now two governments running parallel. Why is this? Why is that the way we want to go? Look at the Middle East. There is no time when we don't have a war in the Middle East. Is that the way? No. We want peace. We want to be a model country in this country. Now, the youth of Kenya have spoken very loudly. And the government has listened to them, has responded. But how do we make these responses more, what would I call it? These responses more impactful to the society? I think that is really the work of democracy. How do we make these responses more impactful? Where we have gone wrong, can we correct them? How do we correct? Do we intimidate those who are complaining? No. People should be allowed to complain so long as they are not destructive. So that is what democracy really is all about. People should be given the freedoms to express themselves, but to express themselves also positively in terms of what would they like to be done, but done in a better way. And when you have a democratic government, should be able to be responsive, positive response. And because of the political party competitiveness, every government try to do the best. If they are to be re-elected, they need to deliver. And that really should be the strategy. But the key thing, as I told you, is we make our country remain united, remain cohesive. The country remain competitive, not only regionally, but internationally. And there's nothing to stop us from doing that. So I came here just to say that because I think it's important. Thank you very much.
Can we appreciate Ambassador Modora better? As Ambassador who led the team which developed the Vision 2030 for this country. Very, very important. Remember Kinamudia Wari and others who are part of that team. Now, I know it's getting late. I think it's my turn to make a few remarks, and then we invite our chief guest, who is the registrar of political parties, talk to us, and then we'll finish this formal session. So, CMD officials, very distinguished guests, fellow lovers of freedom, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored and delighted to welcome you all on behalf of CMD to this important function where we are meeting to commemorate the International Human Rights Day. I think I might mention to you that the first time when we commemorated the International Human Rights Day was 10th of December 1988. That time we organized the event as I was the Secretary General of the CMD-Kenya section, International Commission on Justice Kenya section, and Deli Modoga was our chairman. That time it was subversive to talk about human rights. But we had a very successful event. I think our guest speaker was Professor Wangari Maathai. And since then, this day has been celebrated from 1988. So I'm very, very happy that even as CMD, we are continuing this tradition. I know it's being celebrated by the Human Rights Commission and other groups as well. So it is essential for all of us, for all Kenyans to come together, to collaborate and participate in shaping the destiny of this country as a vibrant multi-party democracy. I'm happy to see some veterans of the second revolution here, like Timothy Joya, and many young people who are now at the center of the struggle for multi-party democracy in this country. As you are aware, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by UN General Assembly on 10th of December 1948. It states in this preamble as follows, that whereas it is essential, if man is not to be compelled to have recourse as a last resort to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. That's the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The right to political participation is enshrined in Article 13 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 25 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights of 1966, and Articles 1, 4, 10, and 38 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Article 4.2 of our Constitution clearly states that the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democracy founded on national values and principles which are set out in Article 10 of the Constitution. These principles include the rule of law, democracy, and the participation of the people in governance. So our multi-party democracy is based on these principles. CMD, of which I'm lucky to be the chairman now, and which is hosting this function, is an umbrella organization for all political parties in the country. You know, KANU, Chama cha Baba na Mama, ODM, Wiper, PNU, BAS, mention it. Yeah, TSP, all those parties are our members. So we are not in any particular political cocoon. We are fighting for democracy as a concept. So our main task is to defend and promote multi-party democracy and human rights, especially the right to political participation. We work with the political parties, as I said, across the political divide, and we try to build their capacity, transparency, accountability, and internal democracy. So we also promote political participation through constructive multi-sectoral conversations on various challenges that are facing our country. Through programs like People Dialogue Festivals, what we call PDF. Next March, we are hosting about 5,000 people at Uhuru Park from all walks of life for 3 days to discuss the Kenya we want. And, you know, the youth, disability, women, rural, urban, all people will be there because this is our country and we have to continue talking about it. We also engage in Gumzo Mtaani, these are town hall conversations, and also Gumzo Mtandaoni, which is online debates, especially among the youth. Our objective is to ensure that all Kenyans, including the youth, women, people with disability, and other marginalized groups, are fully integrated into all Kenya's political processes. As you know, many people were killed, others were injured, others were tortured, others disappeared, others detained without trial, others were exiled, and there were others who were psychologically and economically destroyed during the struggle for multi-party democracy in the 1990s. By the grace of God, some of them are still alive and are here with us today, like Reverend Joya here. You see his famous photograph outside the Intercontinental Hotel when the Njesh Ramzel descended on him. And he was in hospital for a long time. So we continue praying for you. Going to favor you so that you can keep talking to us. As I told you, Professor Nyang and I were in charge of the Secretariat, you know, which ushered in the 2010 Constitution. We traveled all over the country. We were supported by Honorable Raila Odinga, Mwai Kibaki. We were all together, Kimemi and Mudaura there, working behind the scenes. And it is by coming together that we brought in the 2010 Constitution, which was supposed to consolidate the gains of multi-party democracy. At that time, we were all very excited. You can still see the photograph where the aim was policing the Constitution at Uhuru Park. So we thought our problems have come to an end. We thought the 2020 Constitution has now entrenched multi-party democracy in the country, and our problems are finished. We thought this was a panacea to all the problems we had experienced during the one-party dictatorship in the country. But looking back, I think we were wrong. The celebration was premature. Three decades later, most of the problems of the one-party rule have come back. And as you all know, there's widespread discontent, especially among the youth. Listening to the media, Kenya's multi-party democracy has come to be the modern book of lamentations. Somebody is calling us the age of discontent. There have been very loud protests, especially by Gen Zs, the bishops, civil society, and ordinary Kenyans about high cost of living, unemployment, overtaxation, corruption, tribalism, abductions, torture, and extrajudicial killings, which remind us of what was happening in the 1990s. I think it has been made very clear in many ways that people have lost faith and trust in the traditional institutions of representative democracy and government. Politics is being increasingly associated, especially by the youth, with corruption, lies, and immorality. The youth no longer believe in politics, in the transformative power of politics. You have heard Gen Z saying they are leaderless, they are partyless, and they want radical change of our political culture, including visiting those people and giving large amounts of cash to their churches. I think we are not alone. This regression, the decline in democracy, is now being experienced all over Africa and even the rest of the world. You've seen what's happening even in the US. There's a scholar from West Africa called Tata Mentani, who has written a book called Held Together by Pins. And he says liberal democracy is under siege in Africa. He says politics has become a morally barren space in which all manner of fraudsters, hoodlums, conmen, liars, and hypocrites have captured the institutions and processes of democracy for their own personal gain. And he says the so-called celebration of democracy in Africa is a mere celebration of money and immortalization of mammon. I think Rose, who read The Nation, Professor Makau Mutua's column, called the Crystal Ball, recently said that he predicted that fascism and disorder are at our doorstep. This also reminds us about Shakespeare, the play Hamlet, where he was saying something is rotten in the state of Denmark. So something could be said, something is rotten in Kenya's multi-party democracy. And our own P.R.O. Lumumba, who is now known for his oratory all over Africa, says in his letter, I think it was written to a president, dated 25 September 2024, on the State of the Nation, says that Kenya is an erring nation with erring people who have no qualms about voting in corrupt leaders, plunder of state resources, no qualms of the degradation of our public institutions, and who have little regard for our future and that of our children. I think Njoya will be talking along these lines if he's given opportunity. Those who have also been in the system, like us, we can talk about the structural and the cultural barriers to democracy and political participation in Kenya. We acknowledge there's endemic corruption in the country. There's money politics. We have been unable to implement the two-third agenda rule, leading to gender and youth marginalization. There is money politics, political ignorance, and a dysfunctional IBC, which makes every election in the country to be conducted in a state of crisis and emergency. It looks as if we don't know we are going to hold the elections. So when the time comes, everybody is rushing. Even ballot papers missing, being transported in various places. So the country is put into an emergency mode during the elections. Then, of course, you know, there is widespread political illiteracy and this primitive political culture where voters, old women, and even men in the village demand to be bribed before they can vote. That you have to be bribed before you can exercise your right to political participation. Again, we are experiencing a negative ethnic radicalization in some sections of the country. You know, this mutuetu politics. You can't talk about political participation without looking at the mutuetu politics. Because when it comes to elections, we all go to a village and we become part of them. And we start talking about who is from our clan, who is from our village, and such. And then we have never really managed to dismantle imperial presidency. See, the presidency is surrounded with so much mystique that they are able to suffocate even devolution and other institutions of government. So what we are trying to dismantle through the 2010 Constitution has not happened, at least at psychological level. Then our campaigns have become mere platforms for character, assassination, lies, disinformation campaigns, and we even have seen spiritual dictatorship, you know, where politicized political leaders of questionable credentials command their followers. I think you saw in social media yesterday, one of the religious leaders cursing a woman and telling her she will never go to heaven. I think they disagreed somewhere, as if he holds the keys to heaven. And those statements are actually taken seriously by the villagers. So the role religion is playing in our politics has also to be considered in this matrix. You know, we can go on and all these lamentations, but all is not lost. Even the Bible says there's a time and a season for everything under the sun. I think time has come for us to examine our democracy, even the model we are using, in the light of these challenges and also in the light of the social realities in which we find ourselves. For instance, I keep asking myself, this presidential system that you have adopted, is it really suitable for this country? Can we talk about unity and inclusivity in a winner-take-all, presidential system? How are we going to ensure inclusion of gender, age, ethnic, regional, and religious diversities within a winner-take-all system? So I think time has come for us to think a bit outside the box and not follow mechanically political systems developed elsewhere and sold to us. Two, I think the students of history, we all know that the journey of democracy has never been a smooth one, anywhere in the world. That would not have been there if there was no crisis in 2007, 2008. Then the 63 Constitution came as a result of Mau struggle. So there has to be some struggle somewhere, for the country to move forward. Indeed, they say democracy worldwide has developed through a dialectical process in which forces of the status quo are challenged by new historical forces. And then after that challenge, the resolution of that conflict is what causes a new higher form of political life to emerge. I'm not calling for revolution because the Constitution does not allow that. The Constitution does not imagine violent chaotic, anarchy as methods of political change in this country. It has to be legal and constitutional, and that is why political parties become important. I think as leaders of political parties, civil society, development partners, and other minds, intellectuals of this country, we should not just sit down, cry, lament, and do nothing. If we do nothing, the things will become worse. So something has got to be done. We have also, one of the studies I did in school was called Reinventing Democracy. And we studied all the insurgency, all the radical movements in the world. And what was very, very clear was that it is young people who bring reforms and changes in the systems historically. Even those revolutions in Europe in 1848 were brought by young people. Aginadena and Kimathi were people of the 30s. Even us, as young Turks, in 1990s, we were not as old as we are now. We were in our 30s, etc. So it is the young people who are always at the center, of changing systems. So, as I conclude, let me say that as political leaders, policymakers, development partners, time has come for us to work together, to support, to guide our youth for peaceful and constitutional initiatives, for reviving the spirit of multipartyism and rejuvenating democracy in Kenya. We should support the creativity, energies, and passions of the youth in the struggle to cleanse our democracy and rejuvenate it for the future of this country. I don't want to continue, but let me say, from where we are, as CMD, we are ready and willing to support and partner with others in that struggle for renewing democracy in this country. Thank you very much. I think at the center of all this drama is already called Dr. Annie Nderitu, who is the registrar of political parties in the country. She knows all your little sins. She knows all of you. And indeed, democracy in this country will revolve around that fulcrum of our office. We should support her. I know she's very, very well intentioned. She has a lot of experience. I think let me invite her on stage so that we can listen to her and then we close this session. Can we be upstanding? Can we please stand up wherever you are? And we are going to clap for her the Kano style. 1, 2, 3. Karibu, Mheshimiwa Anne Nderitu, usalimie watu wako. Funga, fungua. All right, tell them, let's sit.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson of CMD. I think we can also clap for him for making a very good speech. I promise you that I will be very brief because I think I came here more to reason and understand the processes and what we are going through. But allow me to really recognize the important role of CMD and the work that CMD does, which is complementary to ours. I usually say and tell Franklin we are joined at the hip and we must continue working together because we have one baby and we must protect the baby. We cannot split the baby. The baby must be protected. Allow me to really, in the interest of time, adopt all the protocols that have been observed before, but not without recognizing the senior people who have been there, done it, and we have been following on their footsteps. I want to recognize Reverend Joya. I want also to recognize Honorable Francis Mudaura, the former head of public service, and my immediate former governor of Nyandarua, Honorable Kimemia. Thank you so much for the work that you have done for this country. Allow me also to recognize the development partners represented here by our sister because of buying the vision and wanting to work with us. And finally, without discrimination, allow me to recognize all political parties present here and represented here. I exist because political parties exist. So you are very important to us, and in terms of when I see you, whenever I see you, my heart brightens, because I know for sure political party has a very significant role to play in this country. Let me start by recognizing that much has been said, and among the things that has been discussed in this forum is the role of the young people in the struggle for a better democracy, in the struggle of making this country better than they found it. I think we want to learn a thing or two from the senior people I've mentioned here, because they were there, they did that, they played their part. And the greatest question is people of the middle age like myself and younger people who are there. What is it that we have done so that we contribute positively to the growth of this country? I watched as the young people demonstrated in June and the passion that was there. And they said many things. Among the things they said they are faceless. They said they are leaderless. They said they are partyless. They said they are formless. They said they are many things. But I took offense with the young people saying they are partyless and they are leaderless, because I do not think you can make headway in reforms if you remain partyless and you remain leaderless, because you have to be organized in a particular way. And I like the young person who was speaking here when he said that one of the challenges that they faced is that they were uncoordinated. And the young people need to recoordinate themselves so that they remain as a force. You are majority, and then you must be coordinated to create the change that is needed. So as I speak today, I think I want to really appreciate the role the young people are playing in this country, but also call on them to get the right information, because I've been going across universities of late, making lectures, and some of the people I've talked to are even seated here, especially the student leaders. And one of the issues that you notice when you speak and we engage with the student leaders is that information flow is not there. There are leaders, majority of them, who don't know even the process of forming a political party, even the process of joining a political party. So I think the first thing is to get information. so that you are talking and you're also engaging from a point of information. I also like the energy and the way you have organized, especially on the social media spaces. But really, I think the flow of information need to flow. And that's why probably every institution present here need to engage with the young people for the purposes of making information flow to them. The other thing I want to mention is that we are talking today of human rights, and specifically the Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya rights, the political rights, and the participation in elections and in politics. We cannot talk about rights without recognizing that there's rights and there's also responsibilities. We really must take the issue of rights and then combine it with responsibility. And as we do that, the center of those rights is the political party. And the political party, among the institutions that is misunderstood in this country, is the institution called political party. What people think a political party is, probably it is not. From where I sit, a political party is the only vehicle that can make a person engage all the way with minimal hinges in terms of engaging in the political process and in terms of engaging in election. However, there are few people who talk about the political party as that organ, probably only political parties themselves and the registrar of political party, as an important governance tool. I listen to a lot of people saying, oh, there are so many political parties, all we need to reduce them maybe to 2. And then I remember those people who fought for multi-party democracy and wonder, how are we reducing political party then to 2 after fighting for political parties and then putting it in the Constitution of 2010 that Kenya is a multi-party democracy. Then suddenly we want to say that let's merge all these political parties and probably remain with 2. To me, I take that as a drawback to the constitutional provision and a drawback to the gains that we have already made. Indeed, currently we only have 90 political parties. Only. And to me, they are not many. Indeed, if I must, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi, I will say that let's even make it easier for people to register political party, more than we are doing. Because currently, for a person to register a political party, you have to recruit 24,000 members. You have to maintain that 24,000 members, and I'll be on your neck, Honorable Magara, when you don't maintain the 24,000. You have to open 24 offices across the Republic. And then it becomes a problem when you are not able to do that. What we are saying, taking from other democracies, maybe we can say, let's make it easier for us to register a political party, and also make it very easy for us to register that political party. Because it becomes so cumbersome for, especially the registrar of political party, when you want to register that political party. It is actually almost impossible to register a political party without the challenges of court and court returning again the political party. You register, you finish, the court will go return the political party, because it's a political right also. And somebody has a leeway of litigation and going all the way. So my take would be, maybe in this conversation, we need to think through the registration and maintenance of a political party to make it easy so that you can also deregister easily. And taking from South Africa, for example, you are registered as a political party within maybe a week. But immediately after elections, if you have not gotten anything from that election, then you start deregistered. And that's a good thing. I'm thinking so. So that the people who now have people who are in parliament, in county assemblies, who are in every place, then they are able to continue as political parties. Then 1 year to elections, then we register others. Then after that, so that we make politics a bit easy. And I'll tell you, right now, due to compliance, I have 7 cases. Because I'm telling a party to comply, then they tell me, they take the registrar to court. We are not going to comply. The court give an order here, another one here, another one here. So what are we doing? Probably people think that the threshold is too high. How would we come down and probably have a conversation in the change of law so that we make it easy to register and also very easy to register, so that we have people who are engaging in politics and we are not really trying to bottleneck politics to the extent that they are not able to do that. The other important issue through a political party is actually access to politics. When we are talking of rights and also inclusion, the question of access to politics, especially for women, for the youth, and also persons with disability. How accessible is politics to those marginalized groups and even those outside the margin, like the marginalized communities? How does information reach to the grassroots? How are we engaging as political parties, especially because this is a forum of political parties? How are we engaging the people at the grassroots level through a political party? How many people know of the 90 political parties? If you ask Kenyans, and we did a survey the other day, Kenyans can only recognize about 17 political parties. The rest, they have never heard of them, yet they are 90. We did a survey, and you can see this one I've never heard, this one I've never heard. Only 17 out of the 90. So the question is, how is the political party itself engaging people for purposes of access to politics and access to elections? Which platform are you using to engage your members? While we have tightened the manner in which political parties recruit members, because right now you cannot be recruited without your consent, because the systems are there. You have to let people know that you want to be recruited. So because somebody must participate in politics willingly, then we are able to engage those people at the grassroots level using the political party. I want you to do your own survey as a political party and ask how many people know of a political party. Probably, especially if you have never been in dispute and hit the headlines, like Jubilee Party, how are you? If you have never hit the headline due to a dispute, most probably the Kenyans do not know you, but we are not encouraging dispute. We want parties to be known because of the good character and the good issue. But when the dispute comes, agree that we have different opinion and that a party is not a church where you tell people stand up and sit down. At least there should be different opinions that are coming through that. So in terms of access to politics and elections, come close access to justice. There should be easily accessible justice system. We say that justice delayed is justice denied. We have so many cases that comes as a result of access, and they take forever to be completed. It then becomes an impediment of access to justice and therefore access to politics and access to election. One thing that should come very clearly is that we must overcome the barriers. And to me, from where I start, the greatest barrier of access to elections, access to politics, is corruption. And we must deal, all of us, with corruption. Corruption even in the political party level. How do you identify your candidates? How do you identify the people who are going to mobilize for you? How do you give your party certificates? During party elections, how many certificates do you give to one person? We have handled cases where one seat, a political party is giving more than 7 certificates in the last election, and all of them appear before a returning officer with certificate, and we have to sit with the IBC returning officer to decide which certificate is authentic. And all of them are signed by the same person. And then they start denying, no, that is not mine. I think was the one. So if corruption persists, even in the election process, then we are denying access to politics and access to elections. And finally, we disfranchise the rights that we are talking about, the right of women, the right of youth, the right of minority, the right of persons with disability. Let's all confront corruption, even from within the political party. Let us do processes that are really inclusive, and we are bringing everybody on board without really showing any favorism when the time comes. Two last point is that leadership is about sacrifice. When you volunteer yourself to be a leader at whichever level, whether it's at the party level, and the senior civil servants who have been here have already told us that you have to really give your all. You are there to make transformation for others. You actually are in leadership to help others, not only about yourself, so that you have to sacrifice, to give your best when it comes to leadership. And even if you are in a political party, how have you helped as a leader to make your political party accessible, because it's a license that you have been given by this country, so that you sacrifice and make this country better through a political party as an institution. I challenge you today, as political party leaders, and all the leaders present here, let us have leadership of sacrifice and giving the best to help, especially the vulnerable. There are people who shall never have an opportunity even to know what to do a thing, or even to access. And those are the people we are called upon, so that we help them to access leadership, to access processes, to access. And one of it is by being available. I think I've dealt with many political leaders, and one of the things that the citizens complain about leaders is that once they get elected and once they get into offices, whether public office like myself, they are no longer accessible. You cannot find them. You cannot find them on phone. You cannot find them when you go to the offices. You cannot find them. I think if we have to talk about human rights, it is sacrifice and also coming together and letting people access leadership and also access services that they are supposed to receive from us. That, of course, calls for selflessness and really to give yourself as a person who really want to make this country better. We cannot conclude without saying that as we move towards 2027, we need to relook at our laws. The question of legal reform must come in advance, so that even as we talk of IBC reconstitution, we are also looking at the issue of legal reform for elections and also for political parties. From where we sit, I know we have been working with the Electoral Commission and ourselves. We already have bills and ready bills. We have been supported by LGA to make quite a number of those meetings to make the bills. And it is upon everybody, so that we look towards legal reforms that will help us do a better election that we did last time. To the donor community, I think you are doing a very good job, but one ingredient that is missing is coordination. Let's look at what is being deprecated, so that as we engage with different people that we are giving money, we see who is doing what, so that we don't continue deprecating, and we coordinate initiatives towards the next general election. We have seen many initiatives, and sometimes the help also come a bit too late during the day, so that we are unable really to do what we are expected to do. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to conclusion, as most of us are aware, is that Kenya ratified the African Charter on Democracy and Governance on the 1st of July 2021. We made a commitment that we have a duty to strengthen our political parties to play their core functions as political parties. This duty has been bestowed upon us, and more so to the state actors and political parties. Today, therefore, is a reminder that as actors in the space, we have to hold each other accountable so as to realize the political parties that we envisioned when we gifted ourselves the Constitution 2010. And when we ratify the African Charter, the African Charter on Democracy and Elections. Democracy thrives through dialogue, and we cannot go down if we continue dialoguing and talking to one another. And that's why I was disappointed when the young people said they don't want dialogue. I call upon the young people, as you engage, embrace the spirit of dialogue. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
I think we need to appreciate Dr. Andrito. Makofi zaidi. I think the solution to democratic problems is more democracy. And I think Madam has told us is dialogue, and dialogue. She has given us a lot of challenges. We as CMD will continue working with the registrar of political parties to make life easier for political parties in this country. I know they're operating under a very, very difficult environment. Some of it is toxic. So we shall work together to see how we can strengthen political parties as vehicles of multi-party democracy. So I think the formal session has come to an end. I want to invite Frank, but before that, my chairman, Senator Rene Kivuti, just come in. Please come on stage, say hello, just that. Watu wakuone. See, Senator apigwe makofi. And then Frank approach the, oh, it's Wambui. Okay, sawa. So be ready to come.
Mine is not a speech. Mine is to say hello. I'm Jambo. I'm happy to see all parties represented here by my bus driver, your chairman, and Kenya is a place to make everything work, and it will not work unless we are the ones concerned and the ones doing it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, please. So Wambui, please. Wambui Kimathi, TSP, is one of the members of the steering committee of CMD. Very experienced from the Human Rights Commission. So this is her day, actually. Yeah, can we appreciate her as she...
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's been a long day. So I hope you still have the strength to wait out for another few minutes. I've been told to promise you that there are some very good cocktails and snacks, so please don't go yet. And then you can interact with our distinguished human rights and democratic actors and our leaders. So please, let's wait out for the next few minutes. I would like to thank all of you for staying throughout this very long afternoon up to this point. I would particularly like to thank our elders, Governor Kimemia, Ambassador Mudaura, of course our chairman Kiraito, for gracing this occasion. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our development partners, and in particular, the British High Commission, FCDO, Madam Jerusha Ouma, thank you so much for staying since the beginning of this meeting. That's a good sign of commitment. We appreciate you. Political parties, whenever our registrar speaks, we listen because we know she's one of our greatest supporters. I know we really disturb her, but she protects political parties. So we want to thank you, Madam Registrar. And the points that I want to make here, I want first to recognize what you said. Whatever people say, multipartyism is central to our democracy, and we must protect multipartyism. And this is what this meeting is about. So political parties, even as you build consensus, even as we do handshakes, even as we think of whatever else that we are thinking about, please remember we must maintain multipartyism because that's the health of our democracy. That's our point number one. Point number two, the reconstitution of IEBC has also featured very strongly in this conversation. And I'm not capturing all the points because what was supposed to have happened, had we not run too late, was to have our rapporteurs give us a kind of wrap-up. But in the absence of that, CMD has undertaken to give us a report later, highlighting the key things. And what we shall be doing as CMD, there are days like this where people convene and they make some news, as I am sure we will. But we want not to just make news, we want to deliver some history, which is why we are highlighting points that are actionable, that we are going to move out of here with, so that this time that we have spent here will be worth it. So the point number two was about reconstitution of the IEBC. And very importantly, because in the lead up to 2027, we do not want anybody to be disenfranchised. The young people spoke about it, and they talked about inclusivity. If people are disenfranchised, then there is no inclusivity, and that undermines, very fundamentally, the quality of democracy. The other point that I want to highlight, and hopefully this is part of what will deliver history, is what our chairman has said, that reinventing democracy the world over has been driven by young people. So young people, we are going to rely on you to help us reinvent democracy in this country, re-strengthen our multi-party democracy, and raise the questions, answer the questions that have been raised here by our various speakers. Then the other point that we have picked, I think this was from Ambassador Mudaura, is that the best way to run a country is to be as accommodating as possible. Consensus built through Parliament, so that then the issues that matter most, the issues of national interest, are not issues that then we fracture ourselves around. So it's so important that out of here, looking back to what is happening in our country, we rethink ways of accommodating each other as much as possible. Then from another speaker, this I think was Governor Kimemia, he spoke about our political parties lacking in ideologies, that we are driven by pseudo-ideologies, and this affects the health of our democracy. So I don't know, Madam Registrar, how you'll help political parties to strengthen their ideologies, so that then as we reinvent our democracy, then we know what it is that we'll be doing. Most important to say, having said those few points, is that, and I think it's only Reverend Joya who captured the theme that was given by for celebrating the Human Rights Day, The theme is our rights, our future right now. And the most important point to pick is right now. And why right now? Because the things that we are saying are not about 20 years to come. If we lack the urgency to drive what we are saying in the immediate future, then we will have missed out on the theme of today's celebration of the International Human Rights Day. And what does that mean? The International Human Rights Day clarifies this and says that we must have tangible, positive impact and practical solutions. We can spend many, many hours here and say many things that are theoretical, many things that will be another vision 2063, like the one we have for the African Union, but then that is not what Kenyans need. Kenyans are looking for practical, urgent solutions. So hopefully when we compile our report, that is what we'll be giving to you. So please think about that. What are the urgent, practical solutions that we need to give Kenyans at this point in time? Because we must protect the health of our democracy, we must protect multipartyism, we must protect our political parties by being leaders that are value-driven. So that, as Madam Registrar has said, and sometimes that's why it's good to speak last, because those are the points that get remembered most, that we must restore faith, trust in our political parties. Because if people lose faith in political parties, then there's nothing we will be able to convince them about reinventing democracy. So faith in political parties driven by young people, supported by leaders who have the experience that we need, is what is most important in terms of carrying forward. So CMD, colleagues, that is the role, that is the burden we have to carry forward. And I hope we will be able to concretize those points and share with those of you who have been here today. So thank you so much for staying on. I will return this podium to the moderator, the co-moderator, so that she can tell us what next. So once again, appreciated.
Thank you. Let us give her a better hand of applause. All right, I'm advised that you should not be in a hurry. I see nikifika hapa people are smiling. You should be smiling. It's a beautiful day, sindio? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Why are you not clapping? Are you not happy? Sir, hi. Why are you not clapping? And your neighbor over there. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know it, pinch your neighbor. I wanted to find out wale wananisikiza. All right, we'll all go at the back over there. The cocktails are ready. In the meantime, Blue Motion will be taking over, and then we are going to have a wonderful time ahead. Kindly don't be in a hurry. We have something nice over there at the back. You can find your way over there, interact, and network. Thank you. The bar is open, kindly. Don't feel shy to go over there and order for a cocktail.
Baki, suko se kudingame. Ngai na mobali nangai, pantalo mo kabo mama. Tubanela, ezo kiswa bilo belango ya pato. Ikwela yangai ina shori sukali tama Nebaki suka seko tingame Yanga ina mobali ndangai Pantalo mokaba mama Tubalea Esuke swabilo belango ya bato Bikwela yanga ina shori Sukali tama Yale Ina shori sugalili tama Aibo Ohonga na ya ho Lebi kongwe banate